Other policies we're also taking on board while we are doing the IT policy, that the other HR policy, the site physical policy, the contracting policy, and trying to have a cohesion in between them. And that policy and procedures, how to do these policies, are giving us a baseline. Yesterday there was a gentleman here speaking, if you don't know what you're defending, you're not quite actually defending. And that baseline actually tells us the standard where we are standing. This is what we're trying to defend. And all of them we're trying to incorporate with our organizational goal and plans. Right. The third layer, this is the most interesting, or all of them interesting, but this is giving us sort of a proactive measures against the cybersecurity. Starting from risk assessment, we talked a lot about risk assessment yesterday. I'm not going to go in detail about how you do it. There are lots of frameworks out there. FISMA, we talked about it. NIST publication, more US-centric. Lots of good things happen on the other side of the Atlantic. But not to forget, this side of the Atlantic, there are good things happen too. ISO 27000 was based on British standard. In EU, we have a framework or a regulation who looks better or when it comes to privacy or private data. So there are lots of good things on both sides of it. And which framework you choose is entirely up to you and your organization, how that fits. But I want to make one point very clear, that whichever framework we take, let's tailor it. Let's tailor it to the business that you are in there. Let's tailor it to the organization you are in there. Every organization, every business entity, no matter how big or small, they are unique. They have their own sets of priorities. They have their own sets of risk associated with them. So they need to be tailored heavily. And if you have the resources and time and ability, why not have your own framework? That would be even better. So there are lots of jargons here. Most of us, we are working in cybersecurity domain. These are very, very familiar to us. But I agree there are some which is not quite sort of clear. So to them, I'll summarize it very easily, the way I understand it. Risk assessment, we're basically, no matter what frameworks you use, we're basically looking at each and every business process, okay, in our organization. And then we're looking at the vulnerabilities in there, the threats that can exploit that vulnerability, cause a risk. Risk is sort of a business impact if that happens. So this is what we're doing, the risk. When we summarize all the risk, all the business process and the relevant risk, then we say what sort of controls we need to mitigate this risk. Now, in the cybersecurity world, we cannot eliminate all the risk. This is impossible. So what we do, after finding out this risk, we go to our management, senior management. Senior management is very important here because they're the one who sign off the budget, you see. So we go to them and say, these are the risks we have, these are the controls we can, and this is how much it costs. And based on the need or the priority of the business process and how critical they are, they will decide, this is the risk I want to take on, have controls against them, and these are the risks I can live with. The lady was here, she was talking about risk appetite, and that's exactly the risk appetite is. So the amount of risk I'm taking on to build control. So there is still quite a lot of risk left, not been dealt with. And even there will be some risk unidentified, unknown sort of risk. That sort of risk, we call it residual risk, the leftover risk. That's the risk we take it on, put in the business continuity process, so that the business continuity deal with them. And disaster recovery is very much IT focused. In a disaster scenario, how can we get the most critical system back up and running based on the business BIA step, business impact analysis sort of thing. Right, here I put two more items, audit and awareness. Audit is very important. If you have an internal audit like the Aramco has with Salem, that's brilliant. If you can afford, have external as well. External will give us more sort of, outside point of view. They will have more sort of experience of dealing with different sort of organization, give new insight to it. Awareness and training, absolutely important. Most of us, we had, whatever organization we've been, we've gone through some sort of awareness. And often people are reluctant to join awareness and say, oh, it's just a waste of time. I know what you're going to say and all that sort of thing. But my argument is this. Every organization, again, is unique. Their risks are unique. Their business process and priorities are unique. And the awareness are very much tailored to that sort of uniqueness. So we need to join the awareness sessions. When we designed our awareness, we tried to do in a two sort of, break down into two entities. First one, we focus on the individual sort of awareness. If an individual, I am a person, I don't know how to protect my own privacy and data, when I'm coming to an organization or working in there, most possibly I wouldn't have a clue how to protect the organizational data. So that's the awareness we've done. So we've done the individual ones, 5 minutes, yep, I've got one more, that's it. So we've done the awareness on the personal data, which is not quite relevant to organization, but it is important. So people are aware what can be happen with social engineering and all that sort of things we are sharing on the social networking and how they can protect themselves. And the second one we've done is to purely on the organizational data, non-disclosure agreements, and the liabilities and due diligence, what should we do, what should not we do, that sort of thing. Right, so we call it this layer is a proactive layer. And if you see it carefully, the first one is very much IT focused. Then the focus was spanning out to the organization. And the third one is really touching each and every part of the organization. We call it proactive layer. Right, so what the maturity model has done, it did not tell us how to fix all the problems, but it gave us a roadmap. We do know which direction we are heading. It gives us a clear roadmap where we want to head. We know our goals very clearly from this roadmap, and that's the whole idea was about it. Few points about this roadmap or the maturity model. It's a holistic approach. It's not fully IT-centered. 3 words has been mentioned many times yesterday and very key, and I think it's worth mentioning them again: people, process, and technology. All 3 of them we need to touch on when we seed the controls for our cybersecurity. And that's the holistic approach we need to focus. Second one is IT security is baked in to the operations of IT, operations for other businesses, so that we don't feel like a burden, We don't feel like our plate is too full, I'm too busy, I cannot take more security, no. Let's take these security controls as part of our life, the way we do things every day, every hour, and so on. So we have this security mindset. I ask myself twice before, I have a weak password, should I change it, or how often I change it, or sort of thing. Should I write in a clear sort of note, or no, try to do something else? Or the 2-factor authentication we talked about, can we do it? That sort of thing. So if we break that down, there's a saying, if you chop the elephant into small pieces, you can eat them. So that's the whole idea of it. If we can chop it down to the manageable small entity and doing it sort of every day, it is not too difficult thing to do. And the last one, not the least, and this is where I finished, organization and climate. Now, I did not say culture, I say climate. Culture is where we are from. It's very much inside our DNA, how we grow up in the environment that we are. It's hard to change culture. Maybe there's no need to change culture. Every culture has something good. Let's celebrate them. It would be really boring everyone wearing a suit and tie in the whole world. So culture is absolutely fine. Now, organizational climate, this is where the senior management really can fine-tune. They can set up the policy of the clean desk. They can set up the policy after working hours, shut down your PC. All that basic things can come from the organizational climate. And this is very important as well. So after doing all this amazing thing, let's not ignore the basic, simple stuff that often we falter on these simple things. Right, here you go. So that's the wrap up. That's our sort of maturity model. I hope I tried to make it as clear as possible and as simple as possible that way. And thanks very much for listening. Thanks to Royal Commission and His Excellence for arranging such a important topic. Thank you so much. Thank you.
نشكر المهندس أفنان شودري، وندعو المهندس أتول جبتا من KPMG إنديا، والذي يشارك بورقة عمل وتحمل العنوان Industry 4.0 and Cyber Security.
Good morning, everyone. So I would like to first of all apologize. My name is Manish. Atul Gupta is my colleague. He unfortunately could not join because of last minute urgency. I am part of his team, Manish Temburkar. I am technical director with Atul Gupta in the cybersecurity team with India. So today's presentation, so today's presentation is on Industry 4.0 and cybersecurity. So since yesterday, we have been listening to about industrial control systems, the security around it, cyber threats around it. This presentation is slightly extending beyond the concept of industrial control systems. This is on Industry 4.0, and we will quickly touch upon some of the cybersecurity controls and cybersecurity testing approaches which KPMG has adopted for doing the control system environment testing. So Industry 4.0 is specifically a concept which is deriving nowadays. I will rather touch upon the evolution of the industries as such. Now we have seen industrial evolution since 1784, 1923, and there are different technologies which has actually supported this evolution. So earlier in 17th century, we have seen mechanization in use in industries. So which is essentially use of pulleys, steam engines and all, which has driven some sort of building a mechanical effort into the industrial society. Then in somewhere in 1923, electrification came up. The underlying mechanical stuff remains as it is, but with the introduction of the electrification coming in, the entire industry got evaluated. The use of automation, use of electricity into the mechanical streams have evolved, which has again brought in a lot of evolution in the industrial ecosystem. Then, once the digitization came in, that's where the earlier concept of industrial control systems, DCS, have got evolved, wherein the CNC machines, use of CNC machines in the industries were introduced. So that's where the third industrial revolution came up. The fourth one, which we are now foreseeing, is the presence of cyber physical space into the industrial ecosystem. So that's where the merger of virtual space and the physical space is happening. So it is essentially driven by the use of embedded systems in your entire production cycle, right from planning, marketing, production, till the end customer delivery. So that's where the embedded systems are being put down, and then the entire data from these production systems are getting collected, analyzed, with the use of latest technologies like cloud, big data, industrial IoT. So all of these are getting integrated and evolving a new space for industries to come up, which is nothing but the Industry 4.0. So some of the impacts which has driven these industrial evolution over a period of time, and what we are seeing in with Industrial 4.0 is nothing but the new product evolutions, competitive status, the requirements of the workforce and infrastructure. So these are some of the basic elements which have actually put it into the evolution of the industries over a period of time. Now, cyber physical system is a concept which is now deriving the Industrial 4.0 evolution. In terms of deriving the forces for digitization and embracing to Industry 4.0 technologies, some which the countries are believing that probably these are the elements which will derive new industries to get developed are like declining life cycle time, increasing variety of variants of the products itself. So transparency in the global and competitive market. So you know going forward, probably your vendors will be a strategic partner. Your the entire the way you do the business would probably change. And some of the advantages could be it will bring in a lot of efficiency, flexibility in this flexibility and speed in the business, and the entire business model will get slightly adjusted. So that's where the factory of the futures look like. So this slide typically predicts the technologies which is actually empowering the evolution of Industry 4.0. This is essentially divided into four parts. The technologies available for data computation power, technologies available for analytics and connectivity, so human interaction technologies, and the technologies which are available for digital to physical conversion. So technologies such as 3D printing or robotics, smart sensors. So these are available, present, and these are actually driving the new industrial revolution. With the introduction of these new technologies, Internet of Things, cloud, big data, there are of course a lot of new threats which are coming in. So I will just slightly go back to the existing control system environment. You have an IT system and OT system. At many places, these IT and OT have started converging. You will find that there are interfaces created between IT and OT systems, secured interfaces, or there are already talks going on to integrate some of the data elements between OT and IT environment. But still, earlier it was the OT which was completely isolated, and IT which was totally different. So there was a perception that there is no data which will come from OT to IT, and it will be probably secured enough. However, that perception is slightly getting changed, and with the new evolution, it will be totally completely evolved. This is typical environment for control system. Towards extreme left is the control environment what we look at in 1950s, wherein it was completely isolated. You have a physical systems connected to the SCADA, and the new systems which we are seeing towards right is more integrated, more connected towards IT. You have firewalls, you have IDS, IPS, Wi-Fi systems connected. There are multiple layers, in the OT environment itself. Field network has been created separately, control system network has been created separately, and then the IT is towards the top. So that's where we have currently perceived that the secure architecture or design of our OT environment should look like. However, as we design the new age control system environment, there are still a lot of risks associated, and which is moving from the traditional way of looking at the risk and the new way of looking at the risk. So whatever we look at towards green are those wherein we used to have analog ICS systems, the older one, and then towards right is something the new evolving risk, which is essentially due to the integration of IT and OT environment. Typically, if I have to quickly look upon cyber espionage, internet connectivity risk, DDoS, unavailability of critical systems. So these are some of the risks which we have had discussions in detail in yesterday's sessions as well. But these are some of the evolving risks which are coming up in the OT environment nowadays. We had a very detailed discussion yesterday on IoT DDoS attack and ransomware attack. This is hot topic nowadays. DDoS. So IoT DDoS attack is this is something which has happened very recently in October 2016, wherein multiple thousands of IoT devices has been compromised to launch a denial of service attack on a DNS service provider. Now think of Industrial 4.0, wherein these IoT devices or these smart sensors will be prevalently deployed across the entire production system and production environment. In case if those, and we know the inherent, vulnerabilities, inherent issues in these IoT devices, and if these similar attacks get launched from the vulnerable systems, the impact will be very huge, and it will have a disastrous effect. Similarly, ransomware is something which is known across industries. So be it banking, be it production, or be it manufacturing, healthcare, any sector. Ransomware is something which is affecting across. But essentially, the control system environment, which is a critical infrastructure sector, the impact will be very huge, because it will not only affect the data availability or confidentiality or other aspect, but it has an impact of human life itself. So that's where the new type of cyber threats, cyber attacks are coming up. And we also had a detailed discussion yesterday on the cyber attack vectors. I will quickly touch upon some of these, activism, organized crimes, your own employees, competition, corporate espionage. So these are the various attack vectors which are very much applicable on the control system environment as well. Now going back to implementing cyber security. Cyber security as a concept has evolved from last 4 or 5 years, but information security was prevalent right from the time when IT started coming in. But essentially there is a lot of difference between the way we look at security as information security and cyber security. This particular slides quickly give you a snapshot of comparison between IT security and cyber security. In terms of the scope, earlier IT security was very limited to the IT setup or enterprise IT setup. Cyber security now has spread across global businesses and interconnected environments. So even if one of your vendor or one of your supplier has been affected by any cyber security incident, it will have some impact on your environment as well. So that's where the way or the way you look at the cyber security nowadays has been changed. So it's not only limited to your organization, but it has spread to all the business ecosystem where you operate in. In terms of the ownership, earlier it was the IT team's ownership. Now the ownership has gone beyond IT team to CEO or board level. And we know incidents like Target, the Bangladesh incident, wherein the CEO or the head of that organization has to actually step down because of the cyber incident. Similarly, cyber attacks, earlier it was very limited to an IT environment. Now it has spread across business. It has spread in the social media as well. So that's where the cyber attack domain has also got increased. Implementation approach has also increased. Earlier it was again perimeter level, endpoint level. We used to implement firewall, antivirus, patch, and all those things. But now the implementation approach is more of organization-wide, where we have to plan it, understand the risk, and then probably respond it quickly. The way we handle the incident earlier in information security, we used to handle incident at local level. Probably the IT team would be aware of what has gone wrong with the system or what type of incident has happened. But now the approach for handling incident has totally been changed, because now it is more of collaboration between industries in terms of trying to understand what has gone wrong, whether it will affect any other industry or peers. So that knowledge sharing and understanding and development of that entire ecosystem is very important. The last and not the least one is the impact. So of course we know that earlier it was very limited, now it has been extended across. So in terms of the approach, as my colleague said, we also have within KPMG has a very well-designed approach. We for implementing the cybersecurity, we do a complete cybersecurity risk assessment. We help in developing a cybersecurity framework, cybersecurity controls, and of course the cybersecurity awareness programs. So in terms of cybersecurity risk assessments, what we recommend is that before implementing a complete end-to-end framework, there should be a complete risk assessment of the environment being conducted, which is again can be driven through a slightly scope-oriented approach, wherein we design a scope and then the test scenarios and security assessment has been carried out at different layers. So this is typically all of us being part of the IT security team, we understand the importance of conducting a vulnerability assessment on a IT environment. So similarly, if we need to do a vulnerability assessment on control system environment, this is typically the approach what we follow, wherein we do it in two parts. One is the passive reconnaissance of the control system environment, and then the vulnerability assessment of the OEMs or the product level vulnerabilities which are there. Sure. So I will quickly. So there is a video I will show you at the end, which is typically the way we exploited a particular vulnerability. But let me quickly finish up the rest of the presentation. So in terms of the framework, as my colleague said, there should be a structured framework for implementing the cybersecurity controls, which starts with governance, policies, procedures, doing a control risk assessment, identifying roles, responsibilities, so on and so forth. So there are different standards, frameworks which are available. Again, these standards frameworks are available for different type of industries. So if it is electrical utility company, there are standards from NERC, CIP. If it is a power sector industry, there are standards which are available from NIST, which can be utilized and which need to be optimized and customized as per the company requirement. But there are definitely different reference points which are available. I will also touch upon, using these type of standards. What we have helped one of our client is in setting up building up a OT cybersecurity policy, which is specifically for the OT environment. And this is typical, the index page for the OT cybersecurity policy. So which is essentially driven by the CIP and NERC CIP standards, being an electrical utility company. So if you look at, the index would have, the security policy would have how to identify cyber asset, how to do incident response and planning, cybersecurity management, configuration, change management, patch management. So very high level, what should be the security policy for the OT environment? Sorry. So this is one of the exploit we did. This is a small video of how we did the vulnerability assessment on the OT environment. So this particular exploit is the exploit which is being used by the Stuxnet. Stuxnet, if you are aware, there are 4 vulnerabilities of Microsoft which got compromised. What we did presented here is compromising one of the vulnerability. So the scenario is that we tested this particular vulnerability through an OT environment, but outside of the control network environment. We did a quick scan of the systems. The first, these are the steps of, so this particular vulnerability MS8067 is the vulnerability which is one of the vulnerability of which got affected through the Stuxnet. What we did is we did a quick network scan, identified exploit and the metasploit. We did a TCP reverse engineering and then connected it back to our shell. So here you will find that Microsoft, this is the vulnerability. Over here we are presenting how we are connecting to the, we are scanning the network from outside of the control system network. So this particular part is out of the Metasploit, wherein we have created a small exploit first of all, identify the system which is actually vulnerable with MS0867 vulnerability. Once we identify that vulnerability on a particular system, we launched a Metasploit exploit to compromise that particular vulnerability and take the reverse shell. So here, if you look at set R host is the remote server where we are trying to connect. Set payload is the Metasploit payload where we will be launching that payload on the remote server, remote machine. Now this particular machine is nothing but a normal operator console or a engineering console. This console is connected to the main SCADA system. Now, if you understand, at times there is no username password to access the SCADA system. If I remotely able to connect to this particular operator machine, I would have full access to the SCADA system itself. So over here, if you see, this is the remote server which I am trying to connect. Okay, now we will get migrate to its. Okay, so once I am able to connect, launch my payload onto the server, I will have to escalate my privilege and create an account on the local machine. So that's what I will be doing over here, wherein using this particular vulnerability, I will exploit it and create an account on the server and use that account to connect back to the SCADA system. I guess, okay. Right, so over here I am now I've been able to connect to the server. I am connecting, I am creating a new user account on the system. And now through the normal remote RDP access, I am connecting back onto the operator console. Once I connect to the operator console, it's very easy because now I have the full access to the system here. So this is one of the real-time attack which we have POC which we have conducted at one of our client. And so here is the operator console, and I have the direct access. So that's all. This is the interface for the SCADA system. Sure, thank you. So this is all from my side. Thank you.
Thank you, Engineer أتول. نشكر المهندس أتول جوبتا وندعو المهندس أيمن العيسى من بوز ألين هاملتون والذي سيقدم ورقة عمل تحت عنوان Industrial Cyber Security is not just compliance matter, it's much behind this.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Ayman Al-Isa, I'm the Chief Technologist of Industrial Cybersecurity with Booz Allen in the Middle East and North Africa, the co-chairman of Work Group 1 in ISA 99 IEC 62443 standard. It's the standard that is now used as a reference for protecting industrial control systems. So I want you to bear with me because I like standards and I like those policies, and I like we do need to have all of these, and we need standards that we comply with, and policies that are there in the ground so that we know what we have to do and what we don't have to do at the same time. However, forgive me to say that we cannot dive in to just rely on policies and to rely only on compliance. And as my friend Samuel Linars always say, you say compliance is comply and lie, okay? Lie, it's more. Why? Because if I will say that I'm compliant to a standard, IEC 62443, let me tell you that I am the co-chairman of one of the areas. It has taken us till now 3 years to issue a document, a part in the standard, and till today we are not able to issue it. And let me tell you that when we issue this, it will not be as effective, okay, to the threats that we see today. So we need to review it again, actually, and again and again. So those standards make you compliant for things that are 3 to 4 years back. This is the reality. Do we need to depend only on compliance? I don't think so. Do we need to depend only on policies? If you dive into policies, then the only way is to develop a policy and tell viruses and attackers you are not allowed to attack my network and they should comply with this. So, moving ahead, I'm not going to talk about my experience or whatever, okay, but you can find it in LinkedIn. In brief, okay, I'll be talking about industrial cybersecurity situation today and living in the smart world, and I'll have a short conclusion. I'll repeat part of what I talked about yesterday. I intentionally changed the presentation and put part of what I talked about yesterday because we missed a lot of you after lunch. I myself also after lunch, I get really full with a full stomach, and I might normally disappear, so I understand you very well. So, industrial cybersecurity today's situation, okay, is similar to what we see. Even the slide was not copied well. Galtour, who knows Osteria? Galtour, Osteria. Who ever went there? Skiing, okay? Skiing, not skiing, okay? Nice place for skiing. And that place was divided into avalanche zones. This is the area, the areas that you see over there. So those who are near to the top area, you are not allowed to build any house. But those who are in the green area, you can build the house without any restrictions. There is nothing to comply with, okay? For those who are in the yellow zone, you can build a house, but it should comply with avalanche areas that you should expect that an avalanche could reach to you. 1999, this is Galtour. And do you know what you see? This is the green area. The avalanche reached to the green area, and 31 to 33 fatalities, most of them were in the green area. That's compliance. And this was the result. So 2 things that we need to learn from Galtour is that we say that things are never going to reach to our network. Attackers will not be able. My network is totally isolated, whatever, okay? I am in the green zone. Nothing is going to happen. No, you should expect that something is going to happen. And you say that I don't need to, for example, I'm compliant. There is nothing that I need to do, or I'm compliant and there is little that I can do. Compliance is good, but it's not the end of the way. Today, we are having attacks that don't only reach to disruption, but it reach to destruction. And I'm not going to talk about these attacks. From Stuxnet destroying more than 900 centrifuges in Iran, to 2014 on December 23rd, the attack on Ukraine, blackout on Ukraine as a result of cyber attack, where the attackers went into, I will say, very well organized type of attack, and where they shut down and opened the circuit breakers. Then they managed to kill the machines, so that the users will not be able to use the machine, the engineering workstations, and even servers. And they even have gone into a denial of service attack in the telephony system, and it was a complicated attack. The attack on the German factory. It was for iron factory, actually, where they managed to attack that factory and destroyed part of the factory, steel factory. And we hear more and more about these attacks. In 2011, the attack on U.S. water treatment plant, where the attackers managed to control the plant and to destroy the water treatment plant, the automated valves, sorry. 2008 explosion in Turkey, gas pipelines, it was considered as an incident. Then, later, 2 years back, the analysis has shown that the emergency shutdown system was disabled minutes before the explosion, and deep analysis has proved that this was a cyber-related attack. So we are not talking today about science fiction. These things are happening, okay? And what we do is, let us say, is not enough. Let us admit that we did not learn from the lessons that we have seen so far. We have seen what happened in Iran 2010. We did little till now in protecting our critical infrastructures. Why? Simply, I'm telling you that we are either reliant on compliance or we are complicating the solutions. Cybersecurity in industrial areas should be done in a soft way, not a complicated way. We talk about virus attacks in IT area, computer damage or whatever. But in industrial area, we talk about cyber attack that enable you to increase the pressure in a pipeline, to change the parameter settings in field devices. Now, some of you, and I'm glad to see many wearing blue shirts today, okay? Because if many of you are in control system area, they will tell me, don't know, but we have emergency shutdown system and fire and gas system, and it should react. Let me tell you that attackers know about this, and they know how to disable those systems or to inhibit them from receiving the information that they should receive in order to react. So all of this is possible. Someone can change the parameters in the field device rather than reporting, for example, an alert when the temperature reaches to 150 degrees. It will report an alert when it reaches to, for example, you can change it to 300 degrees and you are not going to receive any alert. Closing, opening motorized valves, like what happened in multiple attacks, or changing the speed of the motors or whatever, causing a denial of service attack. All of these, viewing fake HMI readings, where the attackers, when they attack you, they show in the control room that they record the good things or the good recordings, and they repeat it during the attack, so you don't know what's happening on the background. So what is the effect of cyber attacks on our control systems is actually loss of view. You don't know what's happening, or control. Someone's controlling your control system, or loss of operation as a result of a cyber attack, and this is very normal. US has reported in 2015 245 incidents that took place in their critical infrastructures that caused even lots of failure in operations. However, in US, you have to report these incidents to ICS CERT. In our countries, do we have one entity that we report to that keeps all of this information secret, and at the end of the year issues a report to the senior government, to the leaders, to tell them that we have faced these attacks and we need to do something? We need to see such reports over here and in our countries. Loss of production, loss of lives, and damage to critical infrastructure and damage to environment. All of these are possible things, and these things in many situations happened right now, okay, and affected the entities that were attacked. So we need to drop lots of assumptions, like no one is interested to attack us, or my network is isolated. Your network, if it's isolated from internet, it's not isolated. Because if there's someone who comes to update those machines, it means that it's not isolated. The supply chain, who comes? Your control system engineer, who comes to do things. Your processes that you do normally in your plant, like backup, could be disastrous to your plant. How? I talked about this yesterday as an example. when one of the engineers in the situation that I have handled has taken one of the engineers plugged his mobile into the fire and gas system, and he infected that system. A few weeks later, the control system engineer comes and he takes backup from the fire and gas, then he takes backup on the same drive from the emergency shutdown system and the control system, and he moves the infection to all those systems. Our security processes to take backup is a reason because we don't know or we are not doing it in the right way. You should never use one USB in more than one machine. When you take backup, if you do not have automated backup, you should have backup only in one USB from each workstation, not more than this. So we need to stop lots of those devastating assumptions that really make me devastated. And that's why you see me a bit confused today, okay, or angry. Why I'm angry? Because we look like this guy, okay? This guy is worried about a banana. He doesn't have a banana, okay? And he wants to eat. And we are worried because we are responsible about critical infrastructures and we have done very little to protect them. Or we don't know what we need to do, or we don't have a roadmap, or we don't have a strategy, or we don't know what we are going to do to protect those critical infrastructures. So it's a really difficult situation, and we need to move. We need to move in a good way. Sure. This is the hotel. I was in Singapore last week in Security Week conference that took 3 days in Singapore. And in W Hotel, there is backup plan in the toilet. There is a backup plan for toilet paper. And let me tell you that we take backup from our control systems, but there is no plan, unfortunately. So, we live smart life, and I'm going to skip many of these, and we live Internet of Things that is emerging right now, and our colleagues talked about it, okay, that is increasing the threat and the risks. And we have smart oil fields that make our fields interconnected, actually. And we cannot say that we don't want a smart oil fields. We should have a smart oil fields. We should have smart grid. We should have smart metering infrastructure in our countries. And this smartness is good, but we should inject cybersecurity during all the designs of those control systems or those smart infrastructures. We have electricity, power generation, distribution, and generation, and we need to inject security also during all for the improvement of security within the existing systems and for the design of new systems. And when I tell you, some people tell me that, no, but don't worry, we have Windows machines, we need antivirus, anti-spyware. No, I'm sorry to tell you that these are the systems that you need to protect in power generation, distribution, and transmission. All those systems are complex systems. And when you want to protect these systems, you need to design cybersecurity. Yesterday I was saying that unfortunately we come to secure those systems and we just look at Windows, IT, this thing. That's not the way. You need to look at the systems, you need to look at the production, you need to link what are the systems that are dependent on another systems, and then you need to build a risk map that says what is the effect of the failure of the control system in one area of my operation over the whole operation. Cybersecurity is not divorced from operation. It should be based on operation. So imagine in electricity, we distribute the systems into transmission, whatever. Then we look at the links between those systems, and then, okay, we build cybersecurity strategy or cybersecurity mitigation plan to improve security within those areas. The way forward, simple. Trust. Okay, we need to build the trust. Trust not between us only, but with the automation vendors, with the cybersecurity vendors, with the consultants. It's not about making money to resolve the situation. It's not that I sell you something. It's more to resolving really your situation And there are lots of solutions that we see today implemented in industrial area, and actually there is just a box that is disabled. We need to be truthful with our management about what we are doing. Confidence. I was in a meeting, and one of the guys was talking about condition monitoring system from the OT environment, and there was IT guys with us, and the IT guys said, why is this guy talking about air condition system? That's under the responsibility of General Services Division. The control system guy was about to catch something and to hit him maybe with at that time, because the other guy did not understand that condition monitoring system is used for managing turbines. So if you don't understand me, how you are going to protect my environment? We need to understand each other. And if we understand the language of each other, we can build trust. Collaboration. It's not IT or OT or engineering, or it's collaboration. All of us should work together in order to resolve the situation. Coordination. We need to work all together. We are not enemies. Okay, we are one team in those organizations, and we should work together. I have less than a minute, okay? And I'll say that also commitment, exactly as I committed now to step down from this place or to be with my daughter tomorrow, I'll be with her. And there's commitment from our side to protect our nations that we need, okay, to be committed to. Finally, why? Because no way to go it alone. No one can do it alone. We need all to work together. And with this, okay, sorry, there was a demo that we wanted to demonstrate, but I'll say thank you very much, okay, and we look forward to being with you during the next couple of hours before we go to Riyadh. Thank you very much.
نشكر المهندس أيمن العيسى. الآن مع المهندس جوني تالسي، والذي يشارك بورقة عمل. طبعا المهندس جوني تالسي من شركة بايوري سويسرلاند، والتي تحمل طبعا ورقة العمل تحمل العنوان ICS Cyber Security Implementation in Industrial Project, Success Story or Something Lost in Action.
Assalamu alaikum. Yes, my name is Jonne Talsi. I represent Boire, Switzerland. It's a very great honor for me to be here. I see a lot of friends and colleagues from earlier projects and other events that I've already visited, so it's been really great pleasure to come here. My topic today is speaking about ICS cybersecurity implementation in industrial projects. And it has now these two aspects here, which are end of the scale, different end of the scales, a success story or something lost in action. So I'm going to speak to you about attributes which are contributing to go to either end of this spectrum, and I'm going through this in my presentation, and you will get in the end of presentation some takeaways then, that how to get more closer to that successful story than the disaster. But quickly saying that this is the agenda, that I will be speaking from experience about all the aspects that are around ICS cybersecurity implementation. So you see there a few mentioned. I go through the roles and some objects and motivations, how different parties in the industrial world perceive this cybersecurity, and particularly ICS cybersecurity. And then we look these takeaways in the end. Now, maybe not all of you know our company, Poiri. So it's a company that has been almost like next year, we are a 60-year-old company, and we are in 45 countries, about 6,000 engineers. So we are one of the big engineering service consultancies in the world. And I have to say that our heavy king is, of course, pulp and paper, which is less of business here in this part of the world, but in Finland and Nordic areas in the world, we are number one in this particular discipline. Then other areas are infrastructure, and particularly where I'm working is energy part. And because of the energy, Pöyry purchased about 10 years ago a company called Electrovat Engineering. They had already done 40 years business here in the Middle East and Saudi Arabia, and that's why actually our office in Zurich is making business a lot with the kingdom. And we have here big projects ongoing, for example, Shukeik power plant, Rapik 2 IPP, and Ras Al Khair desalination and power plant is also our projects. I'm in those three projects. I'm the INC lead engineer from owner's engineer side. So that's my background, why I'm speaking here. And if sort of it explains more that how I've got my experience, I have now worked about 20 years in Switzerland, particularly starting at CERN in 1997. Then I went to ABB. I was 5 years with the automation manufacturer. Then I was 7 years with EPC, and now past few years I've been working here as a consultant for Middle East projects from Pöyry, Switzerland. So also that one thing that enables me to do this experience or have this experience is that next year I will be 50 years old, so that also hopefully helps you to understand where I'm coming from. Now, these are only some aspects of what I recognize that are feeding in and kind of affecting to cybersecurity implementation in industry. So you have your local regional directives and laws, standards and so on, what are kind of required in the locally. Then on the other side you have the plant owners, investors and plant management, which is bringing its own burden. Then we see that operations, the plant people, so plant, there are operators, there are INC people, there is IT department. All of these have some aspects to contribute and effect on this cybersecurity. Then subcontractors, EPC contractors and so on are a big part of the equation. In my presentation I will be speaking of all of these aspects, but I will not be diving into too deeply to the EPC contractors, because Mr. Linares is speaking in the next session. He's speaking particularly of EPC contracts and how to inject their cybersecurity. So I'm only scraping it through so that I mention which are the specific utility plant specific issues, or let's say non-oil and gas issues with EPC contractors. So those are my playing field that I'm going to now then a little bit talk to you. When we look these aspects, we have these laws and standards and regulations what we would like to now choose from. And this is kind of the feeling what people get when they first start to either see it when they are planning to build a new plant, or when they are already in operation, but they need to start from somewhere. This is how they feel when they look all the standards and whatever, because maybe we know now that Mr. Ayman is involved with the IEC 62443 committee, but that is the leading standard. But what else are there affecting are a little bit hazy. And what is the right set for me? I think if you would have been, some of you were here yesterday's workshop, Mr. Ayman was particularly mentioning that it is these standards only bring you so far. And this is absolutely true. Maybe you are in 50% when you have selected the right standards. Then you need to add your own part to make it customized solution for you. Standards do nothing by themselves. They are like computer without any software or operating systems. You have to put them something in order to make them work. This is also making this aspect that we start to notice that this very techie issue is actually having very human and people issues as obstacles that we need to attack. So after you have selected and taken your systems, you might be then in a good way to start. But in my background is actually that I am also like Pöyry is, we are Finnish both, so I was made in Finland, and we have a saying that well planned is half done, and if you fail here, standards do not make everything, but if you make to select the correct standard and so on, you are building then in a very weak foundation. Now, looking the next aspect is then that when we take this information from standards and we want to implement the information to the reality. So, for example, we put it to our specification somewhere. So that's the way how we bring it into the industry. So often we have this kind of attitude that chapter 1.1, cybersecurity, tick. I have one cybersecurity. What does that mean? Okay, so the common problem is that people who are writing these specifications are perhaps not the specialist of writing, not specialist of cybersecurity either. So we need to work a lot of even to get good specifications and good ways of communicating our problems. Then comes that often then owners are chucking it to EPC contractors that, well, they will take care of it, they will do it, we take the ABBs or whatever is the DCS vendor, we take it from them. Yep, that's the solution, not. And then often it's a surprise then that when we are later on that the DCS vendor is not really eager to take anybody else's responsibility in a plant that, except their own system. But now, going further and specifically to the specification phase, maybe you know the term MFS, minimum functional specification. So that's where we need to put all in the text that if we want something to happen in a project, it has to be there. What is not written, it doesn't exist, it doesn't come. You have to be able to write it. This is the cruel fact. That's why we have a problem now that we want to put the cybersecurity, but all of these firewalls, functions and amounts of security zones, where do we put them? Do we have a clear image, idea? Should they go to the technical specification? Should they go to some functional specification? Am I making a special appendix for there? What is the right solution? We are kind of, at the moment, finding out where we are getting these. And this space, I remember in some of conferences I've been speaking, IT people have told me, because you can see that I'm very OT person, IT people have told me that, yeah, we were there about 10, 15 years ago, we were exactly struggling the similar issues. Perhaps IT could be helping now OT a little bit of tipping that, how do we do this specification phase? Now, some of the aspects is, of course, that business is there, that we are not there for charity. So we are looking how do we function? We have some investors. Somebody has invested now money to make profit. So they want dollars. They want currency. They are not interested in much else. They pass the buck to the asset owners, who they set the objectives and goals for their company, and then requirements that we are making it cyber secure. Facts. Plant management is trying to make best of the equipment. They are trying to maximize efficiency and minimize losses. They are responsible of the plant production and operation, but they also have the heavy pressure, so they are kind of between the sandwiched here. And the EPC and contractors then and the suppliers to the plants, all they are interested in to do that they are doing efficiently their project, very fast execution and good profit margin. So we have a little bit different agendas here when we are looking at it from business sense. This is on purpose made a little bit blurry because now we are coming to this hazy world of between IT, OT discussion. And for example, in OT, I can recognize easily that because I am INC engineer and I have that background, there are some rules. You never touch working system. You don't go fix something that works. So you're crazy that if you want me to stop production and put the cybersecurity measures now suddenly. So it's a big decision if you need to go through this. Even small changes, they need to be tested, they need to be vendor proofed, and then you might able to be allowed to do it in the next shutdown or so on. It's a very slow process. And then often my colleagues are making fuss because, or not fuss, fuzzy conditions. They are using the blurry terms and so on for other people that we don't understand. You know, this is INC, you know, you don't understand automation. Maybe so, but it is that they are going behind this kind of security and obscurity approach, which is not good either. And again, if you look IT part, okay, they've been having years very, very decent situation that they haven't had too much problem to bother, nobody bothered them. Why would we need to speak now to anybody else? And plant management normally loves people that are actually helping them, you know, in the systems. So I have this kind of EPC project, which is non-gas and oil related. This is how normally the project execution goes, that EPC owner gives the EPC contractor a task that I want in my plant cybersecurity implemented. They pass the buck always further to the subcontractors and the sub-vendors. And when the plant is built or in a building phase and we are sitting in a site in a DRM, in a design review meeting, there is suddenly there's an archipelago of systems that are not, you know, they are only secured as an island but not altogether integrated. What happened? The puzzle is having holes. And there's an introduction of new element. Oh, well, it's not new. You all know this. Everybody looking at each other. You've probably met this element before. Okay, so a lot of this comes from the pressures that, you know, when we looked at, when the owners have there, that you have to be really, really tough guy when you look this pressures that are building in the EPC contractor in the end, because when there comes certain point of projects always when the plant investors and owners are coming nervous. They say that make that power or water now quickly. So they put the pressure on project management. Project management happily gives it to the EPC contractor that now ASAP, you put everything away. Why do you spend 1 week there in a FAT for some cybersecurity? Is that related? Is that urgent? Do we need to do it? So everybody is happy when the karate guy comes and kicked out of the cybersecurity or from there. And everybody makes an agreement there that, you know, well, let's make it some other time, you know, little bit later on. So that's the unfortunate pressure that is present in our project. So not very nice, but can happen. And now I have to say that you remember that I spoke that I gave you few examples of the projects that what we have here in Kingdom, because I am involved in many projects and so on. All this information is based on these plant projects that we have had up to now, so it's not particularly happened in this and this. So all of what I showed up till now is based on information about how things are in general. So it's like big data, but, you know, filtered for you a little bit for understanding. So these are my key takeaways now. So I can't see very easy way to convince anybody to cybersecurity and its implementation if I don't have C-level and plant management, top management buy into this. If they are not cyber aware, it's not going to happen. minimum requirement. Then next requirement is that, or takeaway is that it's establishing some kind of idea. So concept of cybersecurity is paramount for both IT and OT. Then OT IT strategy can be planned as a democracy, but you have to execute it as a dictator, as a dictator. I'm not fan of dictators, but you have to be implementing it like this. Otherwise, it won't happen. These pressures, like you saw, that made us to kick out cybersecurity in a project, these are too big for us. Therefore, then, you have to be firm. And then, suddenly, then, the third party. Yes. Now, one good thing is, like Mr. Ayman has been speaking and so on, when you have some third party in a project, they can bring actually the new blood there. They can bring the urgency that now you need to do something. Often owners have problem that when you do your implementation, you don't have belief of your people. Then you need some specialists, some, for example, consult who could do that. And also then in the end, like last but not least, you know that cybersecurity is a journey, not a destination. So we have heard this earlier, but it is the fact. We need to keep focused all the time. Thank you very much.
نشكر المهندس جوني تالسي، والآن مع المهندس سالم فنانز من شركة أرامكو السعودية، والذي يشارك بورقة عمل Improving Critical Infrastructure Cyber Security.
Assalamu alaikum. Good morning. What I'll talk to you about today is the concept of cybersecurity within the context of critical infrastructure. And basically, the agenda, very quickly, I want to define a couple terminologies just to make sure everyone is on the same page. And then I want to talk about some of the ICS incident statistics from 2015. And then after that, I'm going to talk about how do we find some of these exposed ICS systems on the internet, some of the search engines that we can use, and we'll do a quick demo to do that. And finally, I'm going to wrap up my presentation by talking about 7 specific strategies that you could implement today to protect your ICS systems. So the first term I want to define is critical infrastructure. So this is any technology or asset that is significant to the operations of a society or a nation. And I emphasize the word society or nation because any compromise or destruction to CI could have a debilitating impact on an entire society. Think of things like power grids or chemical plants, nuclear plants, refineries, pipelines. Ayman earlier talks about the incident in Ukraine. When hackers knocked off that power grid, the impact was huge. It was an entire city or half the population of an entire city losing electricity. So this is more than just a company. So this is what we mean by critical infrastructure. It forms the backbone of a society. I'm not going to talk about the definition of an ICS because some of the previous speakers have done an excellent job. The only connection I want to make between critical infrastructure and ICS is sometimes an ICS system can be considered a critical infrastructure, and sometimes an ICS system can support a critical infrastructure. So some of the statistics from 2015, this is for the United States only, by the way. We had about 295 incidents that targeted ICS systems in the United States. 33% of those incidents impacted or were targeted towards critical manufacturing, 16% were targeted towards the energy sector. So the exact same numbers, the exact same year, but looking at it from a different angle. So out of those 200 those 295 incidents for 2015, we had 37% of them that started as a simple spear phishing attack. And the other interesting piece to this is 38% we could not determine how they started. So with all the forensics in the world, with all the SOCs, with all the logging, 38% they could not determine the root cause. And we'll talk about some of the reasons behind this in a little bit. See, the first part, it talks about spear phishing accounted for 37% of these incidents. Spear phishing really is just a starting point. I mean, spear phishing is just an email, but something else needs to happen after this. So the number one reason these attacks were successful was the exploitation of zero-day vulnerabilities. So zero-day vulnerabilities, for those of you who may not know, is the time or the window of time between a vulnerability is discovered until the time the vendor releases a patch. So that window of time becomes your zero-day exposure. So the number one reason that enabled these spear phishing attacks is zero-day vulnerabilities. Number two reason is malware infection within air-gapped control networks. And then, you know, I say malware infection within air-gapped control systems. How is that even possible? You know, they're air-gapped, they're disconnected from everything else. How does malware make it? Well, think of things that are as simple as your thumb drive or vendor laptop, for example. In 2014, ICS CERT was aware of 82,000 cases of ICS hardware or software directly accessible from the public internet. We all know that these ICS systems have no business being accessible from the internet. And at a later slide, I will show you how you can find these on the internet. This is a picture from Europe. All those red dots actually show internet-connected ICS systems. And of course, this is just one type. I'm showing SCADA. SCADA is just one type. By the time you add other types like DCSs and PLCs, that picture is probably going to be mostly red. This is the picture for the United States. Actually, the number behind this is over 7,000 ICS internet-connected systems. By the way, the tool that was used by researchers to put together these maps is called Shodan, which I will demonstrate in a little bit. So I talk about ICS systems and how they can be found on the internet, and how do we do that? The answer is fairly simple. Basically, simple search engines that you and we use every day. Baidu, Google, Shodan. Shodan is an interesting search engine. So if you think of Google as a search engine that allows you to look for keywords, you type Jubil and you get like 1,000 articles about Jubil. You know, it's keyword based. Shodan actually looks for devices that are connected to the internet. So having said that, I will. So this is what the website looks like. They do call it the world's most dangerous search engine for a reason. Before I talk about SCADA systems or ICS systems utilizing Shodan, I'm just going to show a very small example. Most of us are familiar with default user accounts and passwords. You know, a very popular one is admin. A very popular default password is 1234. So if I were to do admin plus 1234, so I'm getting close to 9,000 hits. So these are close to 9,000 devices that have a potential default user ID and password of admin 1234. You can get all fancy with the queries, by the way. You can narrow this by country, for example. So if I do country PL, PL stands for Poland. I don't know why I keep using Poland, but I'm getting close to 1,000 hits. So let's do just a quick demonstration. Maybe I'll get lucky. Look at this. Authentication required. It says, if you cannot read it, the IP address requires a username and password. Your connection to this site is not private. By the way, because I'm using Chrome, if I was using a different browser, that same banner would show me the default username of admin and default password of 1234. I'm not going to go any further because that would be considered illegal. But this is just how a tool like this can help you find vulnerable and exposed devices on the internet. Most of us are familiar with Windows XP. It's been obsolete for a long time and it's full of holes. Microsoft doesn't support it anymore. You can look for devices that are running Windows XP. If I do OS Windows XP, over 300,000 devices. I don't know who's using Windows XP these days, but it shows you the breakdown, by the way, by country. And like I said, you can search by domain name. By there's also a map that allows you to zoom in on the location, so you can actually know whether this device is it's a hospital or a government agency or a military base or whatnot. Now, going back to our topic, which is SCADA and ICS systems. Some of these ICS systems use proprietary communication protocols that are published by the manufacturer themselves. Some of the common ones like Modbus and Fieldbus and DNP. These are some of the de facto protocols out there that are specifically for SCADA systems and ICS systems. If we take the example of Modbus, for example, we know it uses port 502. So if I were to type something as simple as port 502, I get 13,000 hits. Most likely, most of these are SCADA systems accessible through the internet. And the reason I say most of them are going to be ICS systems is because port 502 is not a very common port. Of course, you're going to find some false positives because you may find some honeypots out there and things like that. So this is how some of these search engines can be used to find vulnerable and exposed ICS systems on the internet. So we talked about numbers, we talked about how to find these. Now I want to talk about how do we protect ICS systems. Remember those incidents that took place in 2015? 98% of those incidents could have been prevented or detected using one of these strategies or a combination of them. The first one is application whitelisting. So for those of you who may not be familiar with the topic, so application whitelisting works this way. You show up to a party. If your name is on a guest list, you get in. Everybody else out. So application whitelisting works the opposite way of blacklisting. Blacklisting, we all are familiar with an example under blacklisting, which is our antivirus software that we have at home. Application whitelisting works the opposite way. As you know, your antivirus is pretty much useless when it comes to zero-day vulnerabilities. Application whitelisting is a very effective mechanism when it comes to zero-day vulnerabilities, because you only define the programs that you require and everything else is denied. So 38% of those incidents that took place in 2015 could have been prevented using whitelisting, application whitelisting. Ensure proper configuration and patch management. What you would do here, you start with a very accurate baseline, you start with a very accurate inventory of assets, and you deploy a program that takes into account patches, You need to download these patches from trustworthy sources. Make sure you use like a web DNS reputation system. Insist that the vendors digitally sign these updates. And just the best practices that you would use in any other patch management process, like testing and things of that nature. By the way, for both whitelisting and configuration patch management, you're going to have to prioritize this. So you may need to start with PC architecture machines, like HMI devices and your engineering workstations and your databases and things like that. So 29% of those incidents could have been prevented using proper configuration and patch management. Reduce your surface attack. This is another strategy. What we mean by this is isolate your control network from untrusted networks, especially the internet. Your enterprise network, by the way, is also considered untrusted. Turn off all those ports that you don't need. Turn off the services you don't need. So this is what we mean by reducing the attack surface. The next strategy is building a defendable environment. Here what we're talking about is segmentation. Segment your network into logical enclaves. And this is very effective because even if there is an attack, you can easily isolate it and it can be contained within one segment of the network. As a matter of fact, even during cleanup, it becomes less costly because all you have to worry about is one segment of the network. What falls under this area, say there is communication between a secure zone and an insecure zone. A secure zone would be your control network, an insecure zone could be your enterprise network. So if data transfer is needed, use approved removable media instead of network connection. If real-time data transfer is required, use one of those optical separation technologies like data diodes, for example. So this is what we mean by building a defendable environment. Monitor authentication. Topic we're all familiar with, multi-factor authentication, minimum privileges. If you're using, never share credentials between your control network and your enterprise network. If you're using Active Directory or some other data trusts or data stores, make sure those are kept separate between the control network and the enterprise network, separate databases. Monitor and respond. I won't spend too much time on this because I know some of the speakers will dive into this area. So here, you're monitoring your IP traffic around the ICS network. Within the ICS network, you're looking for suspicious behaviors. So this is very important as part of securing your control network. Last but not least, implement a secure remote access strategy. Sometimes vendors, for whatever reason, they insist on remote access. Push back on this stuff, unless there is some critical business need. And if there is a need, use some secure mechanism like VPN. But make sure you do not allow remote access. No more PC anywhere. Make sure there are no modem connections. Those are fundamentally insecure. So this is what we mean by remote access. So a combination of these 7 strategies would have prevented or detected 98% of the ICS attacks in 2015. By the way, the numbers for 2016 are similar. They just came out 2 weeks ago. And that takes me to my last slide of my presentation, and that does it for me. Thank you.
نشكر المشاركون في الجلسة الأولى من هذا المؤتمر، والآن نتيح المجال لطرح الأسئلة. إذا كان في أسئلة. طيب، نشكر المشاركون في الجلسة الأولى من هذا المؤتمر، وندعو الأستاذ سلطان الفضلي مدير إدارة تقنية المعلومات في الهيئة الملكية للجبيل ورئيس اللجنة المنظمة للمؤتمر لتكريم المشاركين في الجلسة الأولى من هذا اليوم. المكرمون والمشاركون في هذه الجلسة: أولاً المهندس أفنان شودري. المهندس أتول جوبتا. المهندس أيمن العيسى. المهندس جوني تالسي. والمهندس سليم بينز. شكرا لكم. نتوقف الآن لبريك، كافي بريك، ومن ثم سنعاود الجلسة الثانية والتي يشارك فيها 4 متحدثين. لا، قولي لي.
Is it possible to have the remote that you have yesterday on the mic? Yeah. Yeah? Perfect. Nice.
نجدد الترحيب بكم مرة أخرى في الجلسة الثانية من جلسات هذا اليوم، والتي يشارك فيها 4 متحدثين. سيكون معنا المهندس سامويل ليرنز من شركة بوز أند ألين هاملتون، وكذلك المهندس شاكر هشلان من سعودي إلكتريسيتي كومباني، والمهندس محمد المنير من شركة ايتن نتوركس، وكذلك المهندس معتز الطريف من شركة F5 نتوركس. هذه الجلسة ستبدأ مع المهندس سامويل لينرز من شركة بوز ألين هاملتون، والتي تحمل العنوان The Good, the Bad or the Ugly, the Key Role of EPSs in the Industrial Cyber Security.
Thank you so much. Assalamu alaikum. First of all, I'm really happy to be here today trying to share some of the experience and knowledge that we have been gathering through the last years working on industrial cybersecurity. And what I will try to present today and to defend is that the key role of the EPCs have in the industrial cybersecurity. And before starting the presentation, I would like to know how many of you knows what an EPC is. And then my next question is, how many of you works or represent an EPC? Not too much, so I will start. For that, and during my presentation, I will use, and we've been talking today and yesterday about the needs to have frameworks, and I will use as a framework the one old movie that I liked a lot since I was a kid, that is the Good, the Bad, and the Ugly, where basically there are 3 guys that are trying to find some gold. And each of them know different things about the gold. One of them knows where is it, the other one knows that it's in a cemetery, the other one, at the end, they need each other to find that gold. And this is quite similar to the situation that we are facing today on having our industrial infrastructures protected. Because I think that we agreed yesterday during the presentation, during the workshop, and today that we need to inject and to integrate cybersecurity in our infrastructure. And for that, thanks to Johnny for introducing the APC life cycle, we need to inject cybersecurity in each of the stages of the industrial infrastructure life cycle. From the very beginning, from the conceptual design, the front engineering design, the detail engineering design, through the procurement, Johnny already talked about that, integrating and including cybersecurity activities in the factor acceptance testing, in the integrated factor acceptance testing, and of course, in the site acceptance testing, and at the end, include cybersecurity through all of the life cycle. But here, we have a lot of challenges, not only about technology and these things, but about the specifics of the industrial projects that are completely different from the IT projects. If we talk about duration, you have here represented an estimated duration on some of the phases, talking about these mega projects. And we are talking, generally speaking, not less than 2 years, usually 6. I'm working now in a project that is now in the 10th year of the project. So even if you are aware of the need to include cybersecurity in the project, in the infrastructure, and you put the cybersecurity requirements at the very beginning, from that time until you get the results, until you get the plan of the industrial process built and running, it will pass 6, 8, 10 years. If we talk about the project that I'm working now, that is the 10th year, we are talking now about 2007. So imagine that someone, luckily, included some cybersecurity requirements in 2007. But of course, the threat landscape, the technologies, the approaches, the standards, everything has changed from that time until now. And it will even change after the project is finished and handed over. So we have a lot of challenges on how to include cybersecurity and properly manage this throughout all of this cycle. Moreover, of course, and one more thing, the life of an industrial infrastructure, nothing has to do with the life of an IT system. Usually you manage 3 to 5 years for an IT system. We are talking 25 years, 30 years. I think in some industrial infrastructures that are 50 years old. So the way of approaching to this and to injecting cybersecurity is completely different. So we know, or we think that we know, where the goal is, that is basically cybersecurity in all of the stages and in our infrastructures, but we don't really know by now who's the good, who's the bad, who's the ugly, right? And for that, we have a lot of candidates, because I'm trying here to explain the basics about the industrial cybersecurity ecosystem. First, we have the governments. And governments, at the end, take care of the cybersecurity and the protection of the essential services in society. So most probably, the ones that still doesn't have a regulation will have it very soon. So they develop regulations, they put regulations to the industrial companies and critical infrastructures. And the industrial companies and critical infrastructures need, as we already mentioned, to inject cybersecurity in their infrastructures and to address and build new plants, new processes. For that, basically, they hire the EPC companies, the engineering, procurement, and construction companies. There is one more player that I'm not representing here between the industrial companies and the EPCs in real big mega projects. That is the PMC, Project Management Consultant, that puts between the locates between the industrial company and the EPC, like doing some oversight of the project, right? And the EPC companies basically subcontract some of the parts of the project to the industrial vendors, and other parts to the cyber vendors, some pieces to system integrators, and another ones to third parties. And based on your experience, I'm sure that you cannot still mention or say who's the good, who's the bad, and who's the ugly. The government is the good, is the bad, the industrial companies, the EPCs, the industrial vendors, we are always, and we have been always blaming the industrial vendors, but they are doing a great job. Let's advance. At the end, the EPCs execute these mega projects as turnkey projects for the industrial companies that basically are including all the activities needed, including engineering, procurement, construction, technologies, cybersecurity, information technology, testing, safety, everything. Everything. And of course, they have to manage a lot of different players, a lot of different vendors. All of them, I anticipate that with very different objectives, and sometimes opposite objectives. And here we are not talking about the small companies, because honestly, the APCs are one of the biggest companies in the world. You have here some of them, some of the biggest ones for the oil and gas. And you can find ABB, Bechtel, AECOM, Hyundai, with the different flavors, a number of them. They are not small niche players. They are really big players that they have been working on this for a lot of years, and they have a lot of experience on building industrial infrastructures and industrial processes. But unfortunately, that's not the case about building industrial processes and industrial infrastructures cyber secure. Of course, we have a strong and deep knowledge on safety, but that's not the case for cyber on the EPCs. And you probably have seen this graphic about the interdependencies between the critical infrastructure sectors, but I'm defending that one main dependency that you have is from the EPCs. Because who are the ones that are building all of your new plants, your new process, and sometimes maintaining them? EPCs. Who are the ones that are managing how the cybersecurity is being implemented in the new infrastructures? Them. Yes, you are putting the requirements, but they are the ones managing this. So they play a crucial role on protecting the critical infrastructures and, of course, on protecting the security of a nation. And as such, we have to address this challenge in a good way. Let me share with you what's the situation of the EPCs. Let's put in their shoes now. Basically, they are facing a lot of challenges during the last years. The first one is the technical challenge. They were used to have this industrial process, the industrial technologies, but from some years, as you already know, the IT has came, right, to the board. So they need to include information technology solutions and systems, and of course, cybersecurity solutions and systems. And this is really new to them. And I can tell you that from all of them, the ones that I have shown there, most of them, they lack of the right cybersecurity capabilities. And some of them even almost don't have any cybersecurity expert inside. The other challenge is the cost. And this is, I think, a common challenge for everyone, but especially for them, because they are managing the projects as lump sum projects, so as fixed price. You give me this money, I execute all of this. So if you take these lump sum projects, you take into consideration this length of duration of the projects, 8 years, 10 years, and the new practices and technologies and challenges that they are coming, the solution is probably a problem, and we will see that it is. Especially because even the ones that they put the cybersecurity requirements at the very beginning, usually the case for most of the APCs was the one that Johnny was mentioning. Cybersecurity, quantity, one, check. Yes, we will do it. We will see how to do it in 8 years' time. And then the problems will come. Then quality, of course. As they don't have enough knowledge and experience on cybersecurity, they don't have the capabilities to differentiate between vendors and between consultants and between solutions. So let's say that a vendor or someone can lie to them, or they don't have enough information to judge and to evaluate the solutions and approaches. And of course, the schedule. All of the schedules have been tightened during the last years, and they are really afraid of injecting or having new activities that they are not familiar with, that is basically cybersecurity, because they may include a delay to the project. And this is an argument that they will, or most of them, will use in case of any problem. Johnny already mentioned also. That's the case. First problem, let's try to put the problems over the new thing. And the new thing here is cybersecurity. More challenges that they are facing. The size of the projects. Of course, we are talking about big projects, real big projects, mega projects. And cybersecurity is relatively a small piece of this. And I will talk more about this in the next slides. Safety. It's a challenge managing the safety of these mega projects with sometimes more than 25,000 people working. And it's a challenge managing the convergence between the cyber and the physical world and the impacts. And all of the APCs and yourselves are very familiar with the safety. And we have a really mature and deep safety culture. But we need, and they need, to approach to cybersecurity in the same way that we are approaching, that they were approaching to safety, and to do it in an integrated way. And of course, the competition. For them, usually, and you know that, they present to these mega projects as a consortium. And some of the companies that today are a partner for them, in the next project will be competitors. So one of the challenges that they have is to share only the minimum information with your partner to execute the project, because in the next project, maybe they will be the competitor. And this is something that affects the project, especially in cybersecurity. And of course, the biggest challenge that they have is the lack of appropriate capabilities, appropriate people inside, knowledge and experience in cybersecurity. And these are the companies that are taking care of your infrastructures, that are implementing the future of your essential services, the future of your critical infrastructures, and the future of our nations and countries. So summarizing, they need to adapt to this new landscape, to this new cybersecurity-oriented landscape, including all of the regulatory compliance approaches, the new required cybersecurity activities, the taking into consideration the evolving threat landscapes, and to build a new value proposition. And this is paramount for them, and it's paramount for you and for us as citizens. So, now that we have more or less a clear image of clear picture of how an EPC looks and what they feel in their shoes, Now let me share with you some real numbers of how a real mega project looks like. And this is from a project that I've been working on also. Usually, this type of projects have about 8 years, in this case, $3.5 billion budget. It's good. Now we can start thinking, $3.5 billion, all of the vendors, the consultants, how much would be the cybersecurity piece for me? Let's see. In the design phase, taking all of these EPC lifecycle phases, it has been spent 4 million man-hours, and more than 50,000 design drawings have been produced. What happened during the construction? 20 million man-hours, 60,000 tons in weight, more than 10,000 workers, more than 250 kilometers, 6,000 valves, and more than 225 kilometers of cable. Impressive. Real big projects. But do you know which are the numbers that are more impressive to me? The next ones, these ones. From a number of projects, mega projects analyzed, 64% of them have faced cost overruns. 73% of them have reported schedule delays. And all of them have faced budget overruns. And this is really bad. Of course, really bad for the EPCs, but also for you. As Johnny and my brother Ayman mentioned in their presentations, that's really bad, because at the end, they will try to have deviations, and this will impact your project, and this will impact how cybersecurity is implemented in your infrastructure, and at the end, this will impact how the essential services of the countries are being protected. Now, let's have a look at how cybersecurity looks in these mega projects. You all know these big buildings that we have. I'm based in Abu Dhabi for the last 3 years, and I'm sure that you know the Burj Khalifa, right? And the Trump Towers now. So let's assume and let's think that, and this representation is a real scale, right? That the project budget is the Burj Khalifa. So how do you think that the cybersecurity budget, that's real numbers and real representation, how do you think that the cybersecurity budget looks like in terms of size? The same size that the Burj Khalifa? Half size? The Trump Towers, the Petronas? My house in the north of Spain? The small coffee shop over the back side of Burj Khalifa? Any hint? Cybersecurity in the project looks like this. Can you see that? No. Is there? It's here. Here. And as I have put here, cybersecurity budget representation is oversized to be visible. I did the exercise of analyzing how many floors and how big the Burj Khalifa is, compare this with the total budget in billions of dollars, and compares the budget of cybersecurity with the real size. That's cybersecurity. So basically, we are putting really not too much effort on protecting something, on addressing something, but the impact of cybersecurity in these projects is devastating, can be devastating. And it's the same impact, because we have done this risk analysis, that some of the impacts that you have been done and the EPCs have done for the safety. But we are not taking this really seriously as we should do. So more information about how these cybersecurity activities looks like. Basically, these cybersecurity projects in the mega projects are usually focused on the detailed engineering phase, basically doing some risk assessment and cybersecurity study to ensure that the cybersecurity requirements have been injected and included, and then at different stages of the testing. Sometimes in factory acceptance testing, sometimes in integrated factory acceptance testing, and site acceptance testing. And we were talking yesterday that some people, when the problems appear, then let's delay the test until the site acceptance test. No, don't do it in FAT. Don't do it in IFAT. Let's do it in SAT. Then the cost will go up, and all of these cost overrunning, budget overrunning, and problems will appear. If we talk about a real project, we talk about 70 systems. Of them, basically, 4 of them are like the ICSS, the Integrated Control and Safety Systems. 6 are the electrical system, the power management systems. 20 are telecom. And 40 is what we call ancillary. So third-party systems, small systems that manage some specific activities in the process. From all of these 70 systems, you have 20 industrial vendors that are providing these 70 systems. But from these 20 vendors, only 4 are the ones that you probably can mention now. Honeywell, Yokogawa, Siemens, ABB. The other 16 are really small industrial vendors that, based on my experience, the reality is that most of them, they don't know anything about cybersecurity. They are providing an HMI with some solution for a PLC, and they don't have cybersecurity people inside. And their solutions have not been including cybersecurity as a requirement. And if we talk from the IT perspective, all of these systems include more than 1,000 IP addresses, more than 600 documents, and basically a lot of pages to be reviewed and analyzed. So basically, what we have is a deviation. Oh, sorry. Let's go back. Deviation of scope. Here, I'm trying to represent what was the scope years ago. The green one is the scope defined by the industrial company. The red one is the scope, as you can see, smaller, that the EPC understood or wanted to understood and signed in the contract. And the blue one is the scope that the industrial vendor was required by the EPC. As you advance in the years, there is a time when all of them sit together, as Johnny mentioned in his presentation. And then all of them realize that the scope is not the one that they were thinking. The industrial company reduced a little bit the scope based on the risk, because they were asking for everything, and it doesn't make sense to ask for everything. Let's ask only for the specific. But the EPC need to increase a lot of the scope, because they were thinking that cybersecurity was something marginal that they can do in some way. And then the industrial vendors, of course, increase the scope because the EPC asked for more. So my question, and I'm almost at the end of the presentation, is if can EPCs, industrial vendors, and industrial companies can work together? Because all of them have different objectives. Basically, the industrial company, you want the infrastructure secure. The EPC wants the project to be closed. And the industrial vendors, luckily, today, they are prepared. So the only thing that they want is to someone to tell them, what do you need? And they will provide it. Don't worry. You ask the industrial vendor, they have full catalog of cybersecurity architecture solutions and different levels. So that's no problem today. So first thing to do is start with collaboration, coordination, and commitment. And my recommendation is to establish an industrial cybersecurity work group or committee in the project. It cannot happen again that the first time that the different stakeholders sit together to talk about cybersecurity, and that's a real case for me in a project, is 6 years after the beginning of the project. First time that the EPC, the MAC, the industrial vendor, the main automation contractor, and the client, the industrial company, sit together in a room to talk how the cybersecurity is doing in the project, 6 years from the beginning of the project. No anymore. We cannot afford that, okay? So I think that establishing this group is very important with the different stakeholders represented. For the EPCs, what they need to do? Of course, they need to build their industrial capabilities for their own convenience, because they need it. Also for you as a client, but they need to strengthen their offering, and they need to have good knowledge and capabilities to evaluate the real requirements on cybersecurity and how to implement this, and how to evaluate the different supplier chains that they have from the cybersecurity perspective. And of course, my recommendation is that they establish a permanent industrial cybersecurity role from their side in the project. Of course, from your side also, but from their side, they have to have it. It's a paramount to have a defined and established cybersecurity role throughout all of the project, during all the duration. What's your role? Ensuring that the guys do what they have to do, basically injecting cybersecurity throughout the life cycle to try to find the goal. So, and for that, as I mentioned, all of the stakeholders have different objectives, and sometimes opposite objectives. So, for me, one role that is completely needed is the role of an industrial cybersecurity trusted contractor. That basically, their objective, or his objective, is to inject and to ensure cybersecurity is properly implemented, integrated, and injected in the project. Because the vendor will look for his own objectives, the APC will try to get as less cost as possible, and of course, the system integrators and the cybersecurity vendors will try to sell more. And almost 1 minute. So, finalizing, and based on all of this, I have a question. Who's the bad, who's the good, and who's the ugly? And I think that most of you are from the industrial companies, so who's the good? Who's the bad? You, I am the bad. Always, is what my wife always says. And who's the ugly? The answer is that really it doesn't matter at all. It doesn't matter who's the good, who's the bad, and who's the ugly. The only thing that it matters is that you need to collaborate, to be coordinated, and to commit to inject cybersecurity in your projects. And the only way to do it is finding the goal. And you know where is the goal? There, because you are the goal of cybersecurity. You are the key player and the solution to inject cybersecurity in your infrastructures, to protect your companies, and to protect your country. Thank you.
نشكر المهندس ساميول لينرز على هذه الورقة، وحاليا ننتقل إلى الورقة الأخرى والتي يشارك بها المهندس شاكر هشلان من From Saudi Electricity Company.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. I know that we have reached a level that we're completely saturated with most of the information. Usually by the second day, people are usually saturated with information. So I wouldn't lie and say I'll be light, but it has been fascinating, hasn't it? We've been looking at most of the information that we have been given. In fact, I probably have nothing else to add. So I'll be going. Unless you will have me. The idea is that basically we've been talking about the 3 pillars of security, correct? We've been talking about governance, we've been talking about people and how to develop them, and we've been talking about technology. So what have we been doing on the technology front? So let's start. I would say one thing about my bio. My name is Shakir Al-Hashlan. I work currently with Saudi Electricity Company, basically in charge of the cybersecurity team for the power generation business line. And before that, I was working with Saudi Aramco and the former Ministry of Water and Electricity. The thing that probably I should disclose from the beginning, everyone brings bias to controversial topics, and I am no exception. And from the looks of it, you can tell my bias is toward the customer or the business or the systems owners, proponents, basically. And for that, I would look at it from that point of view. How does the business owner, and basically what most of you here, would look at cybersecurity? And the thing is that we usually feel entitled, correct? When we ask a vendor or when we ask an EPC contractor that, okay, we need a system, it has to be secure, it has to be fully secure. Usually it's not that easy. You need to be objective and look at it. It's not usually just cybersecurity that you need to add. What you're asking for is safety and reliability by securing your systems. So it's not just security. It's not basically asking for cybersecurity equipment or software and installing it in your system. That's not just the case. You're talking about securing different parts. So current state of practice. I am a bit old-fashioned. I still like to read books. So we'll start with this first book. Anyone who's into security, I really recommend this book. It's fairly old, The Cuckoo's Egg by Clifford Stahl. This guy is basically he established the beginning of network security monitoring. So Clifford is he's basically an astronomer, right? He's a PhD in astronomy in Berkeley Labs in California. And what he did in the 70s, basically he noticed an error in the accounting of the network that they had at that time. It used to be an ARPANET network, Advanced Research Networks. And he noticed an error in the accounting. He found it weird. Computers shouldn't have errors in accounting. So basically what he did, he started collecting all of the teletype printers in the Berkeley Labs and started installing them in different points of the network, basically to collect logs. So the printers started printing. Next day, he started going around and found that most of the printers didn't print except for one that was connected almost directly to the single router that they had in Berkeley Labs at that time. And he found about a 20-foot long printout of activity. What he found that day was a Russian hacker using ARPANET network, piggybacking through that router and going to the Department of Defense and stealing military secrets. That was the beginning of network security. So state of practice, as you can notice that from 2001 all the way to 2010-ish, everything we were basically flying under the radar. No one was thinking about attacking cybersecurity, attacking industrial control systems or operational technology. Or so we thought. We did not know. During all that time, nobody was monitoring their industrial networks. Nobody was even looking. But after Stuxnet, which is an argument that people say that, oh, after Stuxnet, they opened Pandora's box, everything started going to pots, that after that, the vulnerabilities started showing up, exploits, as you can see there, number one in 2010 was Stuxnet. In 2014, two of the malware, Havix and BlackN or Black Energy 2 started showing up. People are saying, okay, Stuxnet started it all. I would say that maybe visibility wasn't there, and intent. People didn't think about attacking. Both of these reasons could be major factors in such attacks. So, again, why are we worried? We would say that, we've seen a lot of examples. Some of them are indirect, some of them are direct. The Ukraine attack was a completely cyber attack, a pure case study to think about. The Department of Homeland Security Aurora project, we all heard about it, we all know it. There's another thing that I would argue that the Department of Homeland Security Aurora project was basically, they had a diesel generator, they blew it up, and look, we have a problem, classify the whole thing. We have a problem, yeah, fine, but what happened? We don't know. But once they declassified the protection network and showed it to a panel of protection engineers, they started looking into it and, okay, you're missing a protective relay right there. And the people who are working in control systems understand that, and protection engineers. There's a protection relay that's missing right there. And they were right. Part of it is securing your control system security. But another part is ensuring that your system is robust and have the protection network also, and the safety systems working. At least I will add one part that's new. This incident was in, I usually get this wrong, it's Sonayo or Sonay. It's a dam in Russia. I'll make it short. It's in Siberia, basically. It's a hydro plant. What happened, it's on 2009, there were several reports that came out, right? Some of them was, there was a mechanical failure. Some of them are saying the fasteners, the bolts did not fix the hydro turbine in its place. What happened basically is that an error in configuration of the speed control for the turbine caused the turbine to ramp or unload the loads for an aluminum plant next to the dam, which is basically, if you want an analogy, it's basically going in a speeding car, rolling down the hill, and you shift it to first. What happened is that you have a violent vibration. The equipment and the mechanical parts were very old and not that, the bolts were not fastened that good enough. What happened at the end is that the turbines that are fitted in the ground started jumping out of the holes and basically destroyed the whole chamber of, for the turbines and destroying the whole. And at the end, you have 75 casualties, deaths. You got damages upward of the 300 million euros. You got reconstruction costs up to the billions, 1.3, and you got a reconstruction time or delay upward of the 2 years. So you can argue that, well, okay, it's mechanical part, but I would argue it's essentially software that caused the issue. And what hackers do, or what a cyber attack does, it manipulates software to cause a kinetic or a physical attack or a physical incident. Correct, it's not as interesting as the Ukraine attack, but I won't even go through that again. Basically, the guys already covered it. This is also a current state of practice. As you can see here on the top, this is from the 2016 report by Kaspersky. They tried to categorize the risk levels based on the industrial equipment themselves. So what we have here on the top is the HMIs themselves. They are the most eligible to have vulnerabilities. Basically, you would assume that, right? It has Windows, it has other software, off-the-shelf software that we don't know the origins of. And then you have the other parts of SCADA, network devices, and all of that. The other part is by protocol. As our colleague from Saudi Aramco showed, Salim, that most of them are connected to the internet, or a huge majority of them connected to the internet and have HTTP enabled. So as you can see, the number of that protocol connected is huge. Again, the buffer overflow, we can discuss this offline if you like. You can calculate, if a vendor is willing, you can calculate the number of buffer overflows, vulnerabilities in the software by just simple calculation. We can share it later. But a simple calculation, you can come up with how much, or how many buffer overflows that you will find in a single software, and it's not a small number. People are always yelling that, okay, another 200 vulnerabilities have been found in our industrial systems, another 50. That's nothing. We're talking about more, upward of 100,000 vulnerabilities potential, and this is only 2% of the potential vulnerabilities. Sorry. So how do we categorize our attacks, or the cyber attacks? How do we categorize them? We'll make it simple. Look at it as an adversary point of view. Don't look at it as the attack itself. So this is a magic quadrant. We can look at it simply by how the automation versus skill level. So you have lower automation, lower skill level. You have the insiders, disgruntled employees, something of that nature, script kiddies, all that stuff. When you go up the skill level, you have the hacktivism, basically the anonymous and all that group. If you go all the way to the end, very high automation, very high skill level, you have the state sponsors. And state sponsor attacks are, the guys have talked about it. We're not going to go through them again just for time's sake. But consider this. If you have feet on the ground, people feeding perfect information about your cybersecurity and leaking it, and you have a state contributing countless PhDs, countless resources, all just to attack you, then you don't have a cybersecurity problem. None of us can help you. No one in this event could help you. What you have is not a cybersecurity problem. What you have is an espionage problem. You need to escalate to your agencies, government agencies. So we're not going to talk about that part. State sponsors, that's a whole different level. We're not going to talk about it. But we will talk about the middle one, the APTs, advanced persistent threats. Those are usually the entry point of how do they enter to our networks. So usually when I talk to people, sometimes in the industrial domain or sometimes outside in the corporate IT, they usually, we try to play tough, right? We keep saying, okay, if somebody hacks us, shouldn't we hack them back? Yeah, okay, fine. Calm down. Start from the other side. Ensure that your architecture is sound. Ensure that you have the right upkeep. Ensure that you can at least protect your system and have periodic maintenance to it. Then we start going into passive security. Passive security, if I can go home at the end of the day, making sure that, okay, there's some type of equipment at the work site monitoring my stuff, then that's great. So your firewalls, your IDSs, your loggers, all of that in passive security. And then we go to active security, where you have an analyst sitting at the network monitoring station and just looking at it, analyzing what's a false positive, what's a negative. Afterwards, we can start jumping into intelligence, collecting information, making sure what's going on, and maybe solving solutions, being proactive about it, solving problems before they even come up. And then we go to offense. And offense not by hacking the other side, is establishing attribution and going against the attackers in a legal way. So typically, this is when you're talking about industrial systems or OT, operational technology, basically this is the architecture that you have, or this is what we like to think that we have. So from the top bottom, you got device networks, basically your industrial equipment in the field. You got protection network, that's protection equipment that protect your assets in the field. Basically, they just monitor the systems and ask if everything is okay, then great. If there's something is wrong, trigger a shutdown. It's different within the different domains. For manufacturing, you got emergency shutdown systems, also for gas and oil and gas. For energy, for our side, for power generation, none of that automatic stuff. You go inside, you open the breaker, put a lock, and walk in. We don't do any of that automatic stuff. Safety instrumented systems, if they can, they're proven correct systems. They basically ask 100 times a second, are we still safe? And if the answer ever no, trigger a shutdown. Upwards, then you go to control networks, which is basically the HMIs, where we have some problems. And then you go upward to plant networks. It's similar to an IT network. There you may have something like an AV server, antivirus server, or a WSUS, Windows Update servers. And then you usually have a firewall. And then you got the corporate network. Then you get another firewall and going back out to the internet. This is basically what you have, on average. Now, if you ask an OT engineer if he's familiar with his network, most of the time the OT engineers or ICS engineers, they're basically, most of the time they're electrical engineers, and they don't dive into the intricacies of the IT or networks. They say, if it's working, then fine, don't give me a headache. But if you ask him, yeah, we have a switch for the fuel treatment. We have a switch for the water treatment. We have a switch for our power generation. But so he paints this picture that we have segregation of our network. Everything is segregated. We can start protecting. Great. Well, in reality, they are super flat. The network is super flat. It's basically one broadcast domain. You have one switch, one subnet. Everything is connected to it. And it's not easy to monitor. This is a slide I usually present so we can showcase the basic differences between IT and OT. So you can't protect an OT network using IT technologies or IT mindset. So for scale, IT has more than 100,000 devices. OT is usually less than 500. Priority of attack, you have confidentiality for the IT network. For OT, safety, reliability. This is usually where we come from. For the objective is usually data theft or data destruction. For OT, it's sabotage. It's not a joking matter. Exposure, you got constant exposure to the internet. Every email is an attack. You don't know. For the OT, the corporate network, the IT network is the threatened part. So we have to protect ourselves from that part. Equipment life cycle. Who of us in his office have a computer more than 5 years old? I don't think any company has that in the IT network. But when you're talking about OT networks, I'm sure if I sit with any one of you, he'll give me a story of an old NT machine or a Windows 3.11 machine still working in his plant until today. Security discipline. How do you protect yourself in IT networks? Constant, aggressive change. Stay ahead of the bad guys. Update, update, update. This is not a choice or not an option when you're in an OT network or an ICS network. What we think about is safety with enforcing change management, looking on what we have and not changing it. If we have to change it, I need to ensure that the guy who wants to change needs to be with me in the plant. Basically, I don't want him asking for me to change anything in my plant when he's sitting in another continent. I want him with me in the kill zone. If you're going to be killing me, I'm taking you with me. So it's not as easy as that. So once you have all the technology, you have everything. You have all the technology, and that's great. You're protecting yourself. Fine. For every piece of technology, there's also always a way to bypass it and circumvent it. And what's the point? You also have to have monitoring. You need to monitor. You need to understand your network. So once you monitor your network, how would you do it? Now, this is a picture of from the art of network security monitoring. Who would you think that the most important guy in this picture? I mean, the goalie there, he's saying everything is fine. Nothing is getting past me. I'm good. I'm on charge here. I'm on top of it. But the goal is already in. So who's the most important guy? Some would argue it's the guy who took the picture himself. So detection and monitoring is very important. Again, old-fashioned, love the books. This book is pretty interesting if you're going to be going into network security monitoring. Now, the good thing about this, I tried to pick a topic that will fit cybersecurity, IT and OT alike. So it will work with also the IT guys. Network security monitoring is a new field. This definition pulled directly from the book. It's basically, in a nutshell, a simple cycle. We collect using some tools. We detect, whether with AI or with some analysts sitting there, and we analyze. Now, this is basically, what will you do when you're what happens if you scan an industrial network? Usually, if you use a tool like mmap and scan a network that has PLCs, this is what you get. Fainting goats. Every PC will either reboot or die on you. You have to go and reboot it manually. Okay, now, how do I monitor? Several methods. You can easily deploy it. What we're going to be talking about here is a proof of concept that we actually deployed in most of our plants. And this solution took nothing but time from our side. No cost, nothing. You could deploy it easily. It didn't even took us time to get old hardware to work on it. So basically simple tapping methods or simple networking mirroring methods can establish it. You can connect yourself to the network. What did we need to collect just to have the solution to work, security monitoring? Basically, you need to collect 7 types of data. This is what we have here. Full packet capture, everybody here can understand it. We can get extracted data, session data, transactional data, statistical data, metadata, which is basically data about data, and log data. That's a lot of data. But it doesn't need that much. Simple hard disk, simple old computer, and you're up. Now, difficulties in deploying such a solution. If you're talking about IT, then yes, you will have some problems deploying this. You'll have problems with your encrypted networks. You have problems with NATing. You'll have also problems if you have bring your device to work. Large traffic, storage, that's huge. So I wouldn't say this is a better solution other than the paid solutions that are offered by a lot of vendors, but this is a starting point for you. And having this is okay in IT, but in OT, none of this matter. We don't have it. We don't have NATing, simple networks. We don't have any encryption. We don't have any executables going around the network. So it fits perfectly. Now, this is the solution that we deployed. It's a simple box. We had different cards connected to it. We had it spread throughout our small network. We picked some tools here that you can see that basically we used to deploy the solution. And the package that came all into it is Security Onion. And basically, you can get the rules for the IDS or intrusion detection specified for industrial protocols directly from the internet, from the S4 site. And once we deployed it, it worked right out of the box. First, we just connected it. First thing we saw, weird IDS requests out of a control system. A control system shouldn't have a DNS request. We started getting graphs and data. We started seeing traffic, huge number of traffic going out. So we know where to solve our problems then. I'm not going to dwell a lot into this. We will share it in the presentation. But here are some rules that you can also add to the IDS and further enhance it. So at the end, I would say that you don't have to stop there. Usually open source solutions, you have the code for it. You can develop it more. You can also include physical security. If you have a CCTV system, include it into it. Simple tool, something like ZoneMinder, you can include it into it. You can have events or access control for doors also included. And at the end, you'll have a simple box that does everything for you and monitor. And it fits well with IT, but it fits perfectly with OT. So for any questions, I'll be more than happy to answer. Thank you.
نشكر المهندس شاكر هشلان from Saudi Electricity Company. No, we'll take it this one. ونرحب بالمهندس محمد المنير from A10 Networks واللي راح يشارك بورقة عمل في جلستنا الثانية. تفضل أستاذ المهندس محمد.
So can I get this one?
We'll keep up. Let's check if it's on or not.
Assalamu alaikum. So let's make it short. Shakir said he will make it short. You will make it short. I give some time to Mu'taz. So I just wanted to say thank you for being here. Welcome to Jubail. This is the most important event and for the most critical sector for this region. So thank you for Royal Commission of Jubail and Mbo for making this happen. So I'll make it quick. My name is Mohammed Munir. I'm the Regional Director for Middle East and North Africa for A10 Networks. So we always start saying DDoS, security, cyber security, things like this. So I just want to prove something. I will make an exercise right now, okay, just to prove that we are media-driven, not technology-driven. So what we have seen from the information security in general, that most of the security is product-driven, not business-driven. Information security is really dramatically changed since the last 4 or 5 years. We've gone from the model we have been mostly deploy modes and walls to prevent, if we will, to now knowing that we are in a situation to do incidents response and incidents detection. So that days is over. So we believe that security for 2017, it will be the worst year ever for security. Why? Because security experts have long warned many organizations that they don't even know that they have been breached, because attackers rely on learning the network by thieves the information. So they come to your network, they find the valuable information and systems, and steal whatever information they want. So they rely on stealth to learn about the network. So most recently, they start to improve the detection systems by investing the time, people, capitals, to find vulnerabilities. But when they do that, that is alarming in terms of reporting. So this is only starts with Mirai. Who knows Mirai? Okay. So what do you know about Mirai? A botnet, right? Great. Right. Mm-hmm. That's it. Right. Thank you. So it is a source code, okay, that was released by hacking community forum called Hack Forum, and with the username of Anna Sebani, which is, they claim they used the botnet to spray all hundreds of thousands of IT devices. And when Mirai goes public in October 2016, it was like 500,000 of devices were breached, and all internet connected devices connected to the network, okay, it has been attacked. And this is only for DVRs, IPCAM, things like routers, switches, every internet connected devices, it is being attacked by Mirai. It is a Japanese term, okay, so the malicious item called Mirai. So this is only started with multi-vector attack. So multi-vector protection, it is well known with every security head. So what makes you excited to go and see where is my attacks? So you start calling all the vendors, say, guys, I'm facing some issues in my network. All security people will come to you. Every vendor will say, we can protect you from this attack. We can do this one. So next year you buy a lot of stuff. You spend like millions of dollars. Then the year after, people comes to you, say, you know, we have new attacks now called X. Okay, we'll tell you a story. So you listen to the story. You start evaluating the technology. You buy another boxes. So I don't believe in reports, because reports should come from the customers, not from researchers. But now the multi-vector protection attacks is the new trend in the market. So we've seen many people trying to attack the bandwidth networking and application. But what that means for you, that means with A10, the biggest appliance in the globe, 14045, that can go up to 300 gig throughput in line with 3 rack units. So we've been working, our R&D people, they've been working very hard for the last 3 years to announce this, the biggest platform in the world. It is 3 rack unit, 300 gig throughput in line with 18 Intel processor working on a separate platform, and this is the result. So it is not new for A10, by the way, because in October last year, we announced the 155 gig throughput for DDoS mitigation. And now with the new appliance, the biggest appliance in the globe, the 14045. And this is what we do for multi-threat protection. So we make sure that you have multi-tier hardware. We make sure that we protect you against the high bandwidth. We reach up to 1 terabyte throughput. And this is where our strength of A10, for A10, for sure we have our DDoS incident response team for this region. And if you just take a look at competitors, they've been working for the last 10 years to dominate 90% of the worldwide market, okay? With only this one, for this appliance, we can go up to 155 gigabit. But our competitors, they need like 24 rack unit to give the same throughput. So this is the strength of A10. We can scale up from 1 gig up to 300 gig. Okay, what else? ADC in data center with TBS from A10. Both are same combination. If you just take a look, to reach 440 meg, you need only 3 rack units from A10, but from our competitors, you need like 24 units. So this is really exciting. We are in the news all the time. People talking about the new DDoS solution from A10, the biggest platform, has been announced. Or if you just take a look at the news of what is happening from DDoS perspective, we came here to do partnerships. We don't look for customers only. So for us, by the way, this is okay. I just wanted to make it sure. So new team, spare parts in Saudi, spare parts in Dubai. We have training centers. We did significant investment in Saudi. We have almost 15 people running on the ground. So we're ready for business. Thank you. This is all for A10. Any questions? Nothing. Sounds good. Thank you very much.
أصير المودريتور أنا. فتحت.
ابدا ولا كيف حاج انتظر؟ اوكي يلا. السلام عليكم. First, I'd like to thank everybody who contributed in making this event really successful. I'm very happy being here. See a lot of topics. You know, you get really surprised of, you know, the depth and the width of the security topics that you can really delve into. Many topics that everybody has been talking about. And it does not end. Even if we end this event with the topics that we're doing in this day and the past day, we can continue going for another few days just talking about security. So my name is Mu'tazza Tayyif. I work at F5 Networks. I'm the technical lead for Saudi Arabia, handling all the technical requirements with our customers in Saudi Arabia. Today, my topic is a very important topic that I see all the time with customers, which is really understanding SSL and TLS and how does it pertain to your environment, because this is one of the aspects that you really need to invest into and understand as you publish your services. So in this topic today, I'm going to explain about the history of TLS and where TLS is moving, so to make you ready for TLS and you actually do the right investments from now to be ready for the TLS 1.3. So today, a lot of people running TLS 1.2. Unfortunately, I see many organizations running the earlier versions, which are very vulnerable. I'm going to explain to you guys how that can be enhanced as well. Okay, so hence this is the topic of TLS 1.2 is going to be dead very soon. You have to be ready for TLS 1.3. So that's my new picture. It's different than the picture that you have. It's a better picture, I think, other than my wedding picture. So let's start. So why TLS? TLS constitutes about 70% of the traffic today. It's very important to use SSL because that gives you the privacy that you need for your organizations. However, if you do not do it right, it does not give you what you need. It does not serve its purpose. So it's very important that you understand TLS and how to actually properly do it right and understand the vulnerability within TLS. So when did the encryption started with SSL? So SSL version 1 started in 1994, and that's no surprise. This is where the internet started, and when people started to want to do e-commerce and banking and all of that, so they asked for privacy. In order for me to go to a bank or buy from an online store, I need my data to be private. My credit card, my things that go through the internet need to be private. This is where TLS SSL version 1 started. Then vulnerabilities found. It got improved to SSL version 2, then SSL version 3, and now we are at TLS. And as of today, all of the previous SSL protocols, they're deprecated, and you should be really using TLS 1.2. TLS 1.1 and TLS 1.0, although many people use it today, believe it, it's deprecated by Google, and I really consider Google is one of the organizations to really follow about SSL, and whatever they deprecate, you should really follow them because they are ahead of the market when it comes to SSL. So today we are at TLS 1.2, and although TLS 1.2 is considered the most secure protocol as of today, but it has been around since 2008, and it's been right now 9 years. So a lot of vulnerabilities have been discovered as well for TLS 1.3. The older ones, they had many vulnerabilities. They're deprecated. Today we are at TLS 1.2. Although it's considered the most secure, it's got a lot of vulnerabilities with it. And those are sample of the SSL and TLS vulnerabilities that are out there. One of the latest was, for example, drone. And there are many other vulnerabilities. The ticket bleeding, for example, one of the latest vulnerabilities. So that's really history about SSL. So SSL does really matter. It's really a core security topic that you have to take care of, right? And now I'm going to explain a little bit about TLS 1.2. How does it work? So we understand the background and what TLS 1.3 comes in and improves over TLS 1.2. So today, if you look at TLS 1.2, this is how it works. So a client will initiate a request that goes to the server. Server will share the key share, and the client will respond back with its own key share. Then the communication started. So if you count this, those are 2 round trips. And this is one of the fundamental problems with SSL that people have been complaining about, because it really, the first thing is not security, right? The first thing that people complained about with TLS or SSL in general is that it slows down the network. because in order to start the first communication, you need to get into 2 round trips just to authenticate and share the keys, then start the encryption, because you need to share first keys, use those keys to do the bulk encryption for your data. So this really slows down the network if you want to offer services to the internet, and your customers, they're going to be global customers, so you want to really make it speedy. So those are one of the really fundamental problems within TLS 1.2, aside from the currently found vulnerabilities within TLS. So this is how TLS 1.3 works. Huge improvement, right? So when TLS 1.3 is going to come around, and you can read the RFC for that. So it's much smarter than TLS 1.2, where it does predictive handshaking. So when it starts with a hello client message, and it gives the key share. So the key share, it gives it to the server, because it predicts that it's going to use those set of protocols based on heuristics that it understands with the history that it had with that server. So it starts with that. So with this, you really reduce the number of round trips to only 1. So 1 round trip, then you start communication immediately. This reduces your communication to half. So if you're taking, for example, 200 millisecond, 300 millisecond for round trip, it goes down to half. So it really improves your performance. So that's really from a performance point of view. Later, I'm going to go into the security-related topics of that. Okay? So some people, if they really know about TLS 1.2, they say, yes, TLS 1.2 has a mechanism for speeding it up. However, it's not really being used, because many vulnerabilities have been found with the resumption, because there is something within TLS 1.2 is called session ID. This session ID will be used for subsequent communications with the same server. So you go and give the server the session ID, then the server will authenticate you with that session ID, and you start communicating based on the old session key that you used. So the problem with this is it's vulnerable to something called replays. Replays is where people record all of your traffic, and because you're using the same session key, so they can take the same session key and they actually replay your traffic, and they can decrypt it, right? And this is a problem with the resumption that has been used with TLS 1.2. So that's why 1.3 comes in to actually solve such problems, right? Now, also, TLS 1.3 is using something similar to the resumptions of the TLS 1.1. However, in TLS 1.2, sorry, it reduces the communication from 2 round trips to 1 round trip. With TLS 1.3, this is possible to reduce it to 0 round trips. With the first round trip, you can actually do your first communication, okay? So it really reduces it from, the first point where we started with 2 round trips, and now we are down to just 0 round trip, okay? You just start communicating immediately with the intelligence of TLS 1.3, where it uses the resumption method that has been used in TLS 1.2, however, with improved security. Okay. There is another important aspect of TLS 1.3 that's coming up, which is anti-downgrade. So problem also always with hackers is when they set man in the middle. When you have man in the middle, usually they will try to imitate the server, and they will try to downgrade your session. So when they do that, today we don't really have mechanisms of detecting this and forcing to use a certain protocol. If there is somebody in the middle who actually negotiates with me to go on TLS 1.0, I'll go with 1.0. Now with TLS 0.3, there has been an embedded mechanism where within the same packet, they send a random number that can be only read by TLS 0.3 devices. So if there is a TLS a man in the middle that's trying to downgrade, it does not understand what's inside this message because the protocol does not understand it, then communication will not start. Only if it's TLS 0.3, this is going to start the communication. So this is an inherent capability of TLS 0.3, and it's really a huge improvement on how TLS 0.3 is working. So if you've seen the previous few slides, really the change from TLS 1.2 to TLS 0.3 is similar to the change that we had from SSL to TLS. Although they call it TLS 1.3, but it's really a rewrite of the whole protocol, and it completely changed. They had some options of calling it TLS 2.0, but unfortunately they chose TLS 1.3, although that's really completely a new jump in TLS. So in TLS 1.3, there are many protocols today that are deprecated, and you have to work manually to actually go and disable those protocols on your, for example, SSL offloading device. If it's a load balancer that you have, all of those you have to go and disable manually if you are working with any protocol TLS 1.2 and below. With TLS 1.3, those are not available anymore, and you cannot really use them. And SHA-1, for example, if you see at this, SHA-1 has been deprecated long time ago, even for the certificate signing. So if you use Google Chrome today, and there is a website that uses a certificate with SHA-1, you cannot access the website with Google Chrome. So they deprecated this last month, and it actually did a lot of noise within the industry. So those are the protocols that are not going to be there anymore. Most importantly is the RSA. RSA is not going to be used anymore, although it's very well-known protocol. But because RSA does not use something called elliptical curve cryptography, which is forward secret perfect secrecy, then is not going to be used. This is going to be the standard, which is ECC. Okay, so this is really an overview. I'm just giving you a head start about TLS 1.3. Just want you to know about it. So when you're planning in your networks, understanding in the future, this is really around the corner. You need to be ready with upgrading all of your services, making sure you always ask about TLS 1.3 readiness in the future and in the products roadmap that you're actually procuring in the future. So the other thing is, which is the second topic I told you I'm going to delve into a little bit here, is about how to actually improve your network. Today, if you have a load balancer, for example, from F5 or any other vendor, you need to really make sure that your load balancer is configured to actually do the SSL offloading the right way. Because if you take it out of the box, it's not going to give you what you need, because a box is as good as you really configure it, right? And we cannot give a default configuration for everybody that works for everybody, right? You have to work on your configuration to make sure it's there. It's not really hard. It's very easy. So before that, we have to understand what are the components you need to work on. So there is the key exchange, the first one. If you see there is RSA, and there is Diffie-Hellman, and there is ECDHE, all of those are exchange mechanisms that you can use. RSA is being deprecated by Google. Google only uses elliptical curve Diffie-Hellman, which is the standard right now because it supports forward perfect secrecy, which means that you cannot replay packets because it initiates a different key for every communication they have within SSL. This is how you usually read SSL. It's very important that you read this because it gives you the key exchange, then message bulk protocol that you use. Then after this, how you authenticate. SHA-256 is the standard right now, and this is what you should be using. MD5 and all those older protocols you should not be using. Now, this is the call to action. What I need you to do when you go back to your organizations, list all of your websites that are SSL encrypted. Go and put them in this website. It's Qualys. Everybody knows Qualys. I like this website. You can actually put your domain, and it gives you a rating of how good your SSL encryption. Are you using the best practices or not? Because if you're publishing your website with non-best practices, this means that your SSL encryption is not really as good as it should be, and it can be hacked easily, right? Although you think I'm doing SSL encryption, but it's, I'm sorry to say, it's a bit useless because it can be hacked. So you really need to get as updated as possible with SSL Qualys. They update their database with all the new standards, so you really need to go into this. This is a list of things that you have to disable in order to get an A+ rating. For example, SHA-1 in your certificates, not allowed anymore. You have to change all of your certificates to be signed with SHA-2. RSA-4 is not allowed. The weaker protocols, non-forward perfect secrecy protocols are not allowed anymore, and it will not give you an A rating, at least, not A+. It will give you a B and below. So you have to make sure that you go back to your organization, all of your websites, put them here, see the rating, then work on improving this to a green. A+ is all fine, right? But it has to be A, right? Very important. You have to look into this. If you can see here, there is, this is a string that you can use. You can use this with an F5 or with your Linux server. If you're doing offloading on your Linux server or something, you can use this in order to put it and improve your posture from B or C to an A. What all of this says, it just tells you which protocols to use and which protocols not to use, okay? This is what it says, right? So when you go and put this in your SSL profile, it will disable what should be disabled, and it will enable what should be enabled in order to get a good rating, okay? Very important. I really want to emphasize on this. Go back and do it. Nothing to do with any vendors. This is just something that you have to understand, okay? So sources of the information that I presented today is from the RFC of TLS 1.3, and there's some information I got from Cloudflare as well, where they did a great presentation about TLS 1.3 because they have been a great contributor for this. This is the end of my presentation. I hope that you guys learned a little bit about TLS. It's a bit technical, but I think it just puts you into perspective of what you need to do, especially for improving your SSL. So this is it for me. Thank you very much.
نشكر المهندس معتز الطريف وكذلك المهندس محمد المنير. نتيح الآن مجال للأسئلة، إذا كان في أي أسئلة توجه للمشاركين في الجلسة الثانية. طيب، نشكر المشاركون في الجلسة الثانية من هذا المؤتمر، وندعو الأستاذ سلطان الفضلي مدير إدارة تقنية المعلومات في الهيئة الملكية للجبيل ورئيس اللجنة المنظمة للمؤتمر لتكريم المشاركين في الجلسة الثانية، وهم سامويل لينز، المهندس شاكر هشلان، المهندس معتز الطريف، والمهندس محمد المنير. كما يتشرف العارضون في المعرض المصاحب لهذا المؤتمر بتكريم من مؤتمر الجبيل الأول لأمن المعلومات، وهم Innovative Solution، A10. صحارى نت. النافذة الدولية. شكرا لكم حضورنا الكريم. نتوقف الآن لأداء صلاة الظهر، ومن ثم سنعاود جلستنا الثالثة في تمام الساعة 12 ظهرا.
is there. This is there. Oh, وين الشاشة? Oh, okay. And this is there. Let's make sure that this works. تمام. زين how do you want me to change it لأنه
الريزولوشن تبع الشاشة نفسها.
Alright, so I can otherwise what I can do is غير display بmirroring. Right, so I can change mirroring ونشوف. Mirroring حيتغير. When I change the mirroring, it changes even my resolution.
Is the demo online? Is it live?
So
You're
it's
connected?
I made a video just in case.
Excellent.
I'm not gonna do live.
Okay.
Otherwise, live is gonna take time. But I'm gonna show something live right away and then move into my video.
Excellent.
So did they do demos? Anything for sessions together? والله mainly. Okay. So at least something different.
Very
We did
different.
demos. للحين هذا resolution. So I'm gonna change it back to remove mirroring وبعدين you do whatever you want to do. Display. مشكلة you cannot change the resolution. No. You cannot display. This is what I have scaled. Okay, so I can change it to scale into what? شوف there you go. There you go. That's all what I have. That's rotation.
هذه rotation.
180. Hopefully I don't lose the laptop. Okay, it's resetting.
لا هذه بس لفت
this is
الشاشة. It rotated the whole thing.
خليني ارجع.
It's 180. Let's make it as 0.
All right, now that makes sense. well, المشكلة لما تحرك الماوس you move it this way, it moves the other side. Well, the only thing it's scaled.
Oh yeah.
Scaled
This is, there we go.
هذا? Higher? You sure? Up to you.
Yep. We're good to go.
تمام. Confirm? انزين خلينا نتأكد everything works. Right? So خلينا أقفل هذه. Right? So presentation is back here. I need to bring it there. Okay, so this is done.
خلي الدمو جاهزة. تبغى نقفل
Hey,
هذه عشان ما
I'm
تسوي
gonna-
لك قلق.
تمام? Okay, so we'll try the others now. So I'm gonna bring this guy. حقفل here, just a second. Okay, so this is okay. And then the other one will be this.
Okay.
ممتاز? Thank you guys. شكرا جزيلا. This goes there. I'm not going to change anything. حخليها as is.
إذا بتحتاجوا أي شيء
مشكورين شباب ما قصرتوا. All right.
Excellent. And I just want to know the flow. If you're supposed to sit and then come.
I think we need to sit بعدين.
Yeah.
So present.
And after you're done, are they expecting anything else from you? Or else you go?
No, you sit down.
Okay.
لازم يخلصوا كامل. لا الكنترول ما عندي. I don't have control, man.
والستارت يا ريت والله. نجدد الترحيب بكم مرة أخرى حضورنا الكرام وكذلك المشاركين في الجلسة الأخيرة من جلسات هذا المؤتمر، والتي يشارك فيها 6 متحدثون. هناك طبعا متحدث سيلتحق بنا وهو السيد آشلي واستون. سيشارك طبعا في هذه الجلسة كل من الدكتور نظام الفردان، دكتور الفردان من شركة سيسكو سيستم بورقة عمل وتحمل عنوان In the Design and Operation of Security Operation Centers. تفضل.
So first of all, I need my laptop. Computers. It's definitely not a security incident, so that's good. Let's see if it works. Okay. Oh, there you go. Now it works. Yep. خلينا نتأكد. Right, so this works. تمام. I'll make sure everything works before you leave. المفروض ما تغيرت, so it should be the same. All right, this works. And this also works. Okay, perfect. شكرا جزيلا.
السلام عليكم جميعا.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nazim Al-Fardan. I'm a security solution architect working for Cisco Systems Advanced Services, covering Europe, Middle East, Africa, with extended support, if needed, to Asia-Pac as well as America. So my life is in a plane kind of a thing. I've been with Cisco for a long time, 12 years, going on my 13th, but I've been doing security since I graduated, the year 2000. And what? 2009, yeah, March 2009. It's been a long time. Now, what we wanted to do, or what I wanted today to do specifically, is really share with you our experience when it comes to building or designing, building, and eventually operating this kind of next generation security operations center. Now, I don't have a microphone, so I'll have to stick here, right? I cannot move, unless the guys in the back provide me with some microphone. Meanwhile, this is the agenda that I've put together, right? It's very simple, it's basic, and it's to the point. I'll be talking about 2 topics, or I'll be covering, let's say, 2 things. The first area that we'll be covering is very much on the security operation architecture. How is the architecture changing, and what are we seeing in that change? That's number 1. Number 2 is talk about the methodology. How do you go through that change, right? It's not a one-day job, right? It's not a one-step activity. It's really a roadmap. And how do you take that roadmap, and what sort of methodology you would follow in order for you to implement that roadmap? Now, what I plan to do as well today is really share some demos. So I've done some recording early this morning, just in case if things break. But I do have a live demo. I'll kind of start with it, but I'm going to continue with the recorded demo that I did this morning. And the point and the objective of sharing this demo really is to show you some of the things that I will be talking about during today's session. Now, what's the best way to start a security presentation is talk about the security threat landscape. And honestly speaking, I don't need to go through it anymore, right? You already know what the problem is. We have been talking about it not today, not yesterday. You have been listening to this for the last 5 years, right? So I'm going to skip that slide, if you allow me, and head right away to the topic of today's session, right? Which is what is exactly happening when it comes to Security Operations Center, or sometimes what we refer to from a marketing perspective as the next generation Security Operations Center. What you see on the left side is what people have been doing for a long, long time, right? That's what people have been doing for a long time. So we used to the concept of event correlation. We're used to other concepts as well. So let's start with the first one. Whenever we talk about Security Operations Center, people talk about, you know what, I'm doing events correlation. Yeah, but that's something we used to do for the last 7, 8, 9, more than this, right? I mean, a lot of us have been doing security for a long time. The time where a tool called net forensics was there, right? Things have changed and things are changing. So we moved from the concept of event to the concept of data. And I've attended a couple of presentations this morning, and I'm really happy to find that the presenters here talk about data, right? And I just want to kind of refer back to the presentation given by the SAC security leader there. So the concept of events is growing. It's data. It's not just an event. It's not a log message. It could be a NetFlow record. It could be a packet. It could be a tweet. It could be an email. It could be a file. It's data by the end of the day. The question is, what do we want to do with this data? We used to do correlation to this data. Not anymore. We moved into the concept of analytics. It's not anymore this concept of deterministic type of correlation rule. If you see this X number of times from the following source, then generate a security alert. That's basic correlation. That's what we used to do for the last 10, 12 years. We're moving into stuff related to statistical analytics. We're moving into predictive analytics, right? Actually, machine learning. And I don't want to use machine learning for marketing purposes, but actually, the use of machine learning to solve actual security problems. The other thing when it comes to Security Operations Center is that we're moving from the way we deal with security incidents from being investigators and analysts. So we're moving from incident investigation to, yes, performing incident investigation, but also we will perform hunting. The job of a hunter today is core to any Security Operations Center. It's not for me just to wait for a security alert to pop up in my SOC dashboard or on my SOC tool or my SIM tool or whatever the tool is. I need to be more proactive than this. I need to go and try to find things that my tools couldn't find. And in today's demo, in fact, I will be showing you a very simple threat hunt using statistical analytics, just to show you that, yes, it does apply to security operations. Yes, it does to detecting advanced threat issues. So we're not investigators anymore. We're investigators as well as hunters, right? We're trying to go and hunt for things. We're moving from analyst task, from an analyst sitting there and doing task 1, 2, 3 in a manual way, in the concept of automation. And this is really a big thing when it comes to mature security operations centers. So as we visit and work with many security operations centers across the world, the big thing today is I want to automate a lot of the tasks that my SOC analysts perform today. This might be related to automating the way we report KPIs. This might be related to the way I open cases. It might be related even to the way I enrich cases. So let's take this very simple example. Imagine you are sitting in a SOC. What happens generally is the SOC analyst coming up there, seeing an alert, and then from an alert going and opening a case. From a case, trying to find information about that user from Active Directory. From the same case, going to some threat intel sources, right? Trying to find things about that specific IP or that specific URL. Imagine if I can automate all of this. If a security alert is generated, I want a case generated. When a case is created, I want to make sure that if it contains IOCs, I collect information about these IOCs. I want to go to my Active Directory and collect information about that user. I want to know which group he or she belongs to. And that's done automatically. If that case contains an IP address, a URL, I want to go to my threat intel capability and ask it, do you know anything about this specific indicator of compromise. I might want to go to my DNS providers and get some DNS information, such that if my analyst comes later and looks at the case, guess what? All this information is available for him or her. What's changing as well? We are so much used to consume data that belongs to my constituency. It's data that my system generates. So we're moving from this concept of consuming only my data to consuming my data as well, the data coming from outside. And generally, we refer to this data as threat intel data. So threat intel data plus constituency data plus other sources of data potentially, right? Data that might come from my cert, data that might come from other JVs, data that might come from other providers of information. And then what we're seeing is that we're moving out of this closed system of having a SIM database into the concept of lakes. So we have something called data mart, which I generally call a short-term data lake, and we have the concept of the long-term data lake. And hopefully I'll be explaining these more when we talk about the actual architecture of a security operations center. But the point is, we're moving from this closed system into more of an open system that allows me to store data, that allows me to consume the data whenever I need it. Not only data generated from IT, but generated potentially from OT as well. Not only data generated by systems that belong to my constituency, but also other constituencies if I'm serving them. And also we're moving, as I mentioned earlier, we're moving from this deterministic way of finding issues into actually more smart ways of finding things. We're going to continue using deterministic, right? We're going to continue using these basic search rules, basic correlation rules. However, we will be introducing stuff like statistical analytics. And in fact, there are some security operations centers that does this, whether it's for implementing basic use cases or for implementing even some hunts. We're also moving into predictive analytics, right? We're moving into machine learning as well. Another thing I want to highlight is the importance of API, which is the fourth point from the top there. So we're moving from limited integration capabilities where getting all the components to talk to each other becomes really complex and becomes quite manual. We're moving from that manual way of doing the job into using APIs. Now, APIs is not something new. It's something that we have been using in IT for some time now. But what we're seeing is that this is coming into security, and specifically in my topic, Security Operations Center. And as I mentioned, machine learning is coming, right? Whether we like it or not, it is coming. But the one I want to highlight, or the point that I want to highlight, which is the last point here, is that we used to get afraid when someone talks about machine learning, right? Oh, what is machine learning? Right? Today, you don't have to be a data scientist, in fact, to consume machine learning. Machine learning can be provided as a service. If you understand exactly what service you're looking for, then you can get machine learning as a service. You don't need to kind of customize the models. You don't need to create the machine learning features. These will be available for you as a service from a specialized service provider who understand what machine learning is, who will understand what data you have, and who will take that data in order to analyze it, to detect abnormalities, to detect anomalies. So what do we actually see? It's not what I want to see. It's not what we want to see. It's what we see if I go to a customer or an organization and I ask him, you know what, let's talk about Security Operations Center. Tell me about your SOC. What sort of Security Operations Center capabilities or services do you have today within the organization? And the first answer is, oh, we have a SIM, some security information event management solution, regardless what the vendor is, right? I don't care who the vendor here. And when I'm going to explain, I'm going to show these things on this slide, or the animated things on this slide, I will be giving that organization the benefit of doubt. So I'll assume that they do have this. So I'm assuming that they have a SIM. And when I ask them, okay, so you have a SIM, but what do you do with log management, right? So there is this concept of log management, and there is the concept of SIM. The answer generally is, we use the SIM as a log management solution. Okay, all right, fine. But then the question would be, how about case management, right? How do you manage incidents? How do you manage incident cases? How do you track cases? And the answer, assumingly it exists, you know what? We have the case management capability available in my SIM. So I'm using it. Okay, fair enough. That's fine with me. What sources and what information do you consume? In many cases, the sources could be a router, a firewall, a switch, a Windows server, a database, or whatever. And when I ask them, the question is, how about context data? And I'm sorry if it's not clear from the back. The small box there at the bottom is context data. And in many cases, they say, what's context data? The answer is, it's information that helps you really understand what the impact of your security incidents are, or I should say, what's the impact of the security alerts is. Information that could be part of your Active Directory, or information that could be part of your CMDB. Example, member of, right? So when you have a security alert for a specific user, it might be quite useful for me, or for you, or for the security analyst specifically, to understand whether this user belongs to an administrative group or a security group, right? The same alert can mean something different, or can mean a different thing, depending on where does this user or who does this user belong to. So context data is important. And again, I'll say, yeah, you know what, they have context data. And then you have one role, and that role is nothing but a security analyst who would access the SIM tool and who would look at a dashboard. In some cases, some SOC or organization would SOC consume other data like vulnerability information. So they have vulnerability assessment tool, whatever the tool is, and they share this information, which is again some sort of a context data information with your SIM. And in some cases, they support structured and unstructured data. The next question is, how do you do threat intelligence? Right, threat intel is a feed. Where do you get this feed from? Well, this feed comes from my provider, right? I buy this SIM solution from vendor X, and they give me the feeds. Vendor X provide me the feed directly into my SIM, and I have a correlation rule again that says, you know what? If you see this IP address or if you see this IOC in my data, generate an alert. Fair enough. And then, in order to operate this, you need a number of things, right? You need policies, procedures, you need processes, operations, standard use cases, and whatever. So that's what I expect even some 5-year-old SOC or 6-year-old SOC to have, right? Yes, you have these basic capabilities in place, but as we continue, you need to have some operational capabilities, such as policies and procedures. So that's what we see. That's not what I want to see, or what we generally want to see if I am to operate today's, or to operate a security operations center today. The first thing is, if I want to look at this environment, right, potentially, depending on my environment, I might look at multi-tenancy. Now, you would say, you know what, I am a manufacturing organization, or I am a refinery, or I'm whatever. How does this apply to me? One way to apply to you is, as we move into this convergent SOC concept, maybe multi-tenancy would be required, at least in the initial days, where you have OT data and IT data. And maybe at one point of time, you want to separate these two. So multi-tenancy can come in different forms, and this is one form where multi-tenancy might be quite important. The first thing I want to think of when I talk about SOC architecture today, or let's use this marketing word, the Next Generation Security Operations Center, or the NGSOC, is that I want to have a fundamental place where I store my data. And this fundamental location is referred to as data lakes, right? So generally, I will have two types of data lakes. I will have the short-term data lake, which I refer to as data mart, and I'm going to have the long-term data lake. And when I talk about the short-term data lake and the long-term data lake, every lake has its own characteristics. So what are the characteristics of a short-term data lake? Well, the first thing is it's big, right? When I say it's big, I don't mean 100 gigabytes. I don't mean even 1 terabyte, and it's much more. It could be 20 terabytes, 30 terabytes, 40 terabytes, 50 terabytes of data. One of the most important aspects of the short-term data lake is that when you ask it a question, it replies very, very, very quickly. So if I'm a security analyst and I'm analyzing a security incident or a potential security incident, if I want to look for specific data, or if I'm searching for specific data, I want to ask the question, and I want that platform to be able to provide me the questions quickly. So a short-term data lake is a place where your SOC analyst will generally use, or would be a place that your SOC analyst will consume mainly. On the other hand, a long-term data lake is a much bigger data lake, right? This is a data lake that can be 100 terabytes, 300 terabytes, or potentially in petabytes. Now, it's not as quick as your short-term data lake. If you ask it a question, it will take time. But what is special about it, it can hold a huge amount of data coming from various sources. And the next question would be, so what? I have so much data. Data that comes from my fraud detection system and data that comes from my IT systems or OT systems or packet that I'm capturing, right? Yes. How long is the session before 20 minutes in total? Okay. So before we continue and show the demo, I'll just try to finish this architecture. And what I'm going to do is that I'm going to leave the demo for the break. And if you'd like to continue with that, I'll be more than happy. So that's what we have. We have this fundamental platform where we hold the data. On top of that, I introduce analytics, whether deterministics, statistical, or predictive analytics, which sometimes we refer to as machine learning. This platform should be able to consume any sort of data from any source, whether it's from the OT environment, in my case, or it could be the IT environment, as well as context data. What I want to do is that I want to have a portal, right? A capability that allows me to access the logs and alerts as needed. But what's even important than that is that I need to have some case management capability. And the case management capability is the place where I will be reporting my KPIs, the key performance indicators. This is the place where I'm going to report my metrics. And this is one of the, I would say, this is one of the biggest mistakes that people who started doing SOC usually do, is that they think about technology before thinking how to provide a way to show management, to show executives the value of implementing that technology. And hence, to me, if I look today at the SOC, I'm not going to ask you the question, what analytics platform do you use? I'm going to ask you the question, how do you do case management? Because this is the place where I have the data related to the time to analyze, time to detect, time to triage, time to close, time to contain. That's the sort of data that I need to report to my executives. It also holds the important information like what's the fidelity of the SOC in terms of false positives, in terms of escalations fidelity, and others. So when we talk about SOC today, we talk about case management as one fundamental or a fundamental component of building that SOC. And when we talk about this data lake not only consumes the standard sources that I showed you, but also will consume other type of data. In this case, it could be NetFlow records. It could be packets that I capture. It could be structured data. It could be unstructured data, all these put together. And on top, threat intel is not a source. Threat intelligence is not a feed to me. Threat intelligence is a core capability that I want to have in my security operations center. And if I can afford it, in fact, it could be a team who performs threat intel. Because threat intel is not just a feed that's coming from abuse.ch or other sources that are free ones, but it could be, as well, commercial ones. Feeds that come from certs, feeds that comes from other organizations, campaign information, adversary information, and as well, access to dark web data, dark web information. I want to know what's happening in the dark web. I want to know who's exchanging what, who's selling what in terms of day zero, potential day zero malware against specific platforms or specific tools. So threat intel and information when threat intel comes is not only feeds, it's much more than that. And by the way, the feeds going into the threat intel shows as one directional. In fact, it should be, or in many cases, it can be bi-directional. You're not only consuming feeds, but also you're sharing feeds. These feeds will be collected, will be correlated, will be stored, and will be available for my SOC analysts or threat hunters, right? Or threat investigators, whatever you'd like to call it. And on top of that, I need to have proper management, proper governance, proper engineering, and many others. But on top as well, I don't have only the role of a SOC analyst. Yes, a SOC analyst, tier 1, tier 2, even tier 3 will be there. We're introducing the role of a threat hunters. Today, major organizations, especially ones that are in Jubail, you expect to have either SOC staff or outside the SOC, people who would perform the threat hunting activity. So a threat hunter will be there, a threat investigator or researcher will be there, and also a service consumer. So the concept of consuming the service becomes more important as the organization grows. What we see other organizations doing is that taking active defense. So the SOC not only collect data, not only analyze data, not only produce alerts, not only create cases, but potentially take actions. The ability to quarantine a user from the SOC tools. The ability not to change a firewall policy, right? The ability to push a snort a rule into your IPS. Now this can be done automatically and can be done manually. Now many people when I say, oh, doing automatically, no. There is no way on earth I will let the tools do it. I can tell you, there are organizations, the ones I know and I work with are based in Europe, they do take actions. And by the way, two of them are in petrochemical, right? So taking action is not any more scary like what we used to believe before. Now, we don't want to take any actions, of course. We don't want to automatically take any actions, of course, right? We want to be very specific. We want to be very smart, and we want to be very, very targeted. And then, of course, I need to have my SOC collaboration capabilities. How do I do the shift handover? Where do I share my documentation? How do I allow my team members to coordinate? Now, forensics is there. I'm putting it there. It's not generally a SOC capability, but a capability that the SOC can consume as needed. Now, how much time do I have, sir? 10 minutes? Okay, good. So my session has been extended. Is that the case? Thank you. So I'm not going to take much of your time, and I'm going to jump into demo right away, right? Just before that, I want to make sure that reaching there is not a one-step journey. It's not a one-year journey. This can be a multi-year journey. But the point is you need to have this architecture or vision, I should say, in place at the beginning. And define to start with what services you want to offer. The services that the SOC will offer will eventually drive this architecture. The roadmap that these services will be introduced, year 1, year 2, year 3, year 4, will impact people, will impact technology, will impact governance, of course, right? But the point is reaching there takes time. In fact, you might not want to reach there. You might want to take some parts of this architecture and implement them. The point is you need to look into this from a roadmap perspective, from an architecture perspective. So I'm going to stop there, and I'm going to jump into my demo quickly. Now, what do I have in my demo, right? I have some of the components that I showed you. So I have an analytics platform without calling that, specifying what tool it is or what technology it is. I have a threat intelligence capability, not threat intel feed only, threat intelligence capability. I have case management, and I have others. Now, what I'm going to show you an example of a threat hunt, right? So this is something I've done this morning, right? So I've recorded it this morning. In fact, you will see the timestamp. But what you see here in this specific window is live data. And I'm showing it to you for a reason. So this is my threat intel information. It shows that I have 56,000 indicators of compromise coming from different sources. One of the main sources is Cisco Threat Grid, right? And other sources, which can be commercial or open source. And then I have different types of indicators. This could be a file name, this could be an IP address, it could be a hash value or whatever. Now, if you look at this, and let me zoom in here, can you see the no results found? The no results found, that means within the last 24 hours, right? Within the last 24 hours, I had no data in my environment, and this is live, yeah? I had no data in my environment that had a match with a threat intel source. Which means I should be then okay. From a threat intel perspective, right, there is nothing happening. I want to highlight another thing here. When we build SOC, we don't want to consume any threat intel, by the way. When you send data to your analytics platform from your threat intel sources, you don't send the hundreds of thousands and millions of indicators. Doing this is not very smart, right? What we do is that we share indicators of compromise, that of high value, or I should say of high score or high confidence. So what I'm sharing, the 56,000 indicators of compromise that I'm sharing with my analytics platform are for high score threat intel. And according to this, according to the high score threat intel, there are no indicators. So I should be good. However, My team, and in fact, that's what part of the stuff I do when I work with organization, is to show them examples of threat hunting. My threat hunt, which you see here, now I'm going to move to my recorded version. My threat hunt tries to detect something called beaconing, right? The ability to detect if there is any machine in my environment that tries to beacon to the outside. This could be for standard stuff like NTP update or AV update, so it's quite benign. But it could be as well malicious. So let me kind of start this. And what you see here is that I'm running my detect beaconing model. And my detect beaconing model, you know what, is nothing but a statistical analysis run. What do I mean by statistical analysis? Remember when I mentioned that there are different ways to run analytics? One of them is statistical analysis. In statistics, there is the concept of variance and standard deviation. One of the characteristics of beaconing is that they have low variance and, of course, low standard deviation. Now, I'm not showing you the code, but I'm showing you the output of the code. So I'm looking into all my data. When I say looking into all my data, I'm looking at millions, tens of millions of logs coming, in this case, from my firewalls, and doing some statistical work on them to detect low-value variance or low-value standard deviation. And the output is this, right? This is the output. What I'm seeing here is that I'm seeing some of my machines in my environment, and this is, again, this morning, with these IP addresses, beaconing according to the model to these IP addresses. And when I visualize it as well today for you, is that these are the IP addresses that are kind of the system is beaconing to. So you see 64, 208, 104, 181, 113. So you know when I looked at them, some of the IP addresses here are for Cisco. So I detect, in fact, that the Cisco team was logging into my systems and they were installing some software to monitor it, right? So that's okay, that's benign. It's a Cisco monitoring Cisco. But what I wanted to do is that look at the other stuff and show you other stuff that are not Cisco. So as I mentioned, this is how I visualize it. This is where my data is. This is where my variance value. And as you can see, it is quite low variance value. Right? What I want to do is that I want to ask the question, where are these IPs? And I can clearly see where are these IPs. Some of the IPs are in San Jose, by the way. These are the San Jose's, where Cisco headquarters is. And this is the benign beaconing. However, there are other beaconing to China and somewhere in South America. And by the way, China is becoming normal now, so I'm not going to be interested in China. I'm going to be interested in the other one. So I've picked the other ones for this demo this morning. So I picked the 181, right? So I said, OK, tell me what you know about this IP address, 181.whatever. And as I access my log in this case, I can clearly see, right, a lot of requests coming from this IP address. Now, if you look at the time, it's 2nd of May, and it was at 8 a.m. Dubai time. So this was a 7 a.m. recording. So 8 a.m. is Dubai time. If I go in and kind of maximize this and look at what's happening, I can go to that specific IP, 181, and then automatically, and not automatically, in fact, I can add it as an analyst and to my threat intelligence platform. So I can go to this and say, you know what, drop-down menu, that's part of automation. Go and add this IP address into my threat intel as a review. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to just click threat queue, add IP indicator, right? And if I click that IP indicator, what's going to happen is that automatically this dashboard, which is again the SOC dashboard, will open some window for me within the platform that allows me to add this as a new indicator, right? An indicator of compromise. And I chose the review. So it's an indicator that I am reviewing as we speak, right? So I'm going to add this indicator here. And as I add this indicator, right, it should be successful, hopefully, right? So add the indicators. And that will add the indicator, not to the next platform, will add it to my threat intelligence capability, my threat intelligence platform. And as you can see, it has been successfully added. I'm going to quickly move now and see it on my threat intel platform, right? So I'm going to go and see this indicator of compromise. And when I say see, I want to analyze it. I want to see what is happening with that threat intelligence information, right? So I'm going to quickly move in. Now, I can see that has been added, right? This is my threat intel, the 181.88 IP address. The next question, what else do you know about this IP address? There is another related indicator here, right, as you can see, that my threat intel platform told me. That's threat intel platform getting all the data and telling me what is connected to what. So in this case, it's a URL, right? And this URL is in .ar, and AR, as you know, stands for
not Saudi, not Bahrain. It's definitely Argentine, right? Or Argentina. So in this case, I'm going to ask the question, if I go to this URL, right, what does this URL really host? Right? And I'm still the SOC analyst. I didn't go anywhere. I'm still sitting on my dashboard, right? And all of what you see is pivoting and automation, right? So again, I'm going to speed up because I know my time is ending and the guys will kill me now, right? But the point is, if I go to this URL, right? So this is the URL. The next question is, what does VirusTotal, for example, know about it, right? And that's all available within my platform. And if I click on VirusTotal, I will get some information from there, right? So in this case, VirusTotal will tell me something. But look at this. This is an interesting thing, right? If I click on VirusTotal, right, I will find out that not much people know about it. The detection ratio is what? Is 1 out of what? 64. Only one of the 64 VirusTotal sources think it's bad, right? Which is even more interesting to me. By the way, the reason for that is brand new. It's just happened within the last 24 hours. So most of the site tell me it's already clean. This URL that you just gave me now this morning is either clean or unrated. I didn't see it. I don't know about it, right? So the question would be, who thinks it's malware? So if I go to the result and say, okay, who's malware? It's only Bitdefender. And I'm not pushing Bitdefender. I'm not saying buy Bitdefender. But in this case, it was Bitdefender in my case, right? Bitdefender knows about it. So the question is it really malware? Is it not malware? This is where detonation comes into picture. This is where I would say, you know what? Can you go and sandbox it? I didn't move yet. I didn't move from one tool to another. All of that is kind of within the same architecture that we talked about. So in this case, what I'm going to do is that I have already ThreatGrid, which is my sandbox, right? So ThreatGrid is my sandbox. I'm going to submit this to my sandbox. So if I click and say submit to sandbox, you can see that the request has been opened with the sandbox using API. All what you saw here so far is API integration, by the way. And what happened is that to win time, I've just did the sandboxing, and I'm showing you the output, right? This is the output of the sandbox. Now what you see here, right? I'm making it a bit more complicated, right? What you see here is that the severity is low. The severity, in fact, is 30 and 50, which according to sandboxing is low. But what I did, I said, you know what? I am a hunter. I need to go more. I went to my sandbox and asked, did anybody sandbox it before? And there was a sandbox the day before. This is 1st of May. Somebody did a sandbox for the URL that I did. And if you look at the output of the sandbox, what you see, actually, the severity was different and the confidence level was different, and they were much higher, right? So at one point of time, now I know exactly kind of the story. There was something that happened a couple of days ago. There was, somebody sandboxed it, high severity. The guys then took the software, the malware out. When I did my malware analysis, you know what? It's not there anymore. So I'm going to end it up here and apologize for taking so much of your time. But the point is, it's just a kind of a proof of concept that I just did. The ability of using all this automation, the ability to do this kind of integration capabilities, and allowing the analyst to win so much time. And all of that is using this automated and integrated architecture to deliver a threat hunt. And remember, the threat hunt did not start because threat intelligence told me it's bad, because my statistical analytics capability told me something is weird. And it took me all the way to a threat intel source. It took me all the way to a sandbox. It took me all the way to a previous sandbox exercise. And now, at least, I have a good understanding of what's happening. The next step is something different. How do I take this and do the containment? How do I take this and do the case management and others? So I think that kind of ends my session. Appreciate your time, and I wish you a very good day as well. Thank you.
نشكر الدكتور ناظم الفردان على ما قدمه في أولى أوراق العمل في جلستنا الأخيرة في هذا المؤتمر، ونرحب بالمهندس محمد الخضري والذي سينضم إلينا من شركة Security Matters. الورقة الثانية في هذه الجلسة سيقدمها المهندس أسامة الدوسري من شركة VMware. تفضل.
كم مع الشباب هذا المتوفر حاليا
معتز سرق الميكروفون البورتبل. مو معك؟ طيب بسم الله. All right, so my name is Osama Dosri. I work for VMware. I've been working for VMware for the past 4 years. Before that, I worked for Cisco about 8 years. Overall, I have about 19 years of experience in IT, both networking and security. Now, what I'm going to talk to you today about, so now, given that I work for VMware, which is very virtualization focused, we're going to see, I'm going to try to talk about how, I'm not moving this, someone is moving this. في كليكر طيب ولا برضو Okay. So I'm going to talk about virtualization and how that can be used for adding greater security. And the topic of my presentation is implicit deny, and in the sense that we'll see that how, hopefully by the end of the presentation, we'll see how everything by default can be actually controlled and blocked if needed be. Now, before I go into that, I just want to highlight a challenge that I think everybody here knows about, which is that if we look at a typical modern attack, it goes through various phases. And to summarize the process it goes through, initially it goes through the intrusion phase, and then it goes through propagation, where it tries to spread out. If there's a breach, try to spread out inside the organization, and then through an extraction phase, where the sensitive and important data is it tries to be discovered. So the attacker tries to discover the important data. And then the exfiltration phase, where potentially trying to export that data or leverage that sensitive data somehow. If we look at the nature of IT security spend, we see that 80% is actually focused in the intrusion phase. 80% of our investment in IT security is there, and whereas the other 20% is spread across. Now, if we see that actually the growth in breaches and attacks that are actually outgrowing our IT security spend. According to PricewaterhouseCoopers, the compound annual growth for breaches is more than 60% annually. And we can actually deduce that our security for data centers is quite perimeter centric. That's the nature of that. And probably through today, and as you've seen yesterday, there's a move away from that. Now, part of the solution that we are proposing as VMware, so part of what we hope that we would achieve, and what we're seeing many customers apply, is that we're actually we're utilizing virtualization, since modern data centers actually have virtualization everywhere. So if you look at any modern data center, you'll have virtualization layer everywhere in the data center. And what is being done is that we're leveraging this virtualization that exists everywhere to basically create logical networking, to create logical components, and to control the actual flow of packets, and have the ability to basically inspect traffic anywhere. So if we take as an example, let's say this 3-tier application that we want to create, we may start out with a high-level design saying we need a web application database, we need policies that allow the communication between them, allow web to talk to app to talk to database, and so forth. We may need a load balancer, we may need whatever. Now, through virtualization, we can actually create all of these components on the fly and do precision service insertion wherever we want it to be, without the need to actually carry traffic out to some perimeter outside the virtualization domain. So within the virtualization domain, you can actually have all the control and all the security implemented directly there, with all the components created on the fly as needed as logical components, without the need to touch the physical hardware. So I don't need to create a new virtual LAN, I don't need to create a virtual context or vDome, I don't need to touch any of the hardware. I can maintain the hardware as this stable, high-performance, reliable platform. Another aspect of this logical networking and logical security is now we have the ability to actually, since we are part of the virtualization domain, we have greater visibility into the operating system, greater visibility into the application. So we have more understanding of what's going on inside the operating system. Therefore, we can create our policies based on higher level intelligent groupings. So if we look at any firewall today, if I'm applying policies, I typically apply policies based on IP address. I would say IP address to IP address or subnet to subnet, allow port or a protocol, right? This is how we typically do it. Now, with this new approach, with the relying on virtualization, what we can do now is we can actually apply higher level groupings, higher level policies. So I can say, allow any machines with this. So many organizations have very tight naming mechanisms. So I can say any machine with web in it, allow it to have this policy. Or any machine that is part of the application tier, allow it to have this policy in it. I can also take in information from other systems. So if I have a posture assessment tool, I can take in information from there, and based on that feed, I can apply a security mechanism to it or security policy on top of it. So one example is, let's say, as we all know, Windows 2003 is out of support today, and what that means is I don't have security patches, and if there's a new vulnerability that comes out, that is going to be an issue. So let's say, as an example, we have a new vulnerability that is easily remediated by simply blocking the RPC port on a Windows 2000 machine, as an example, right? Now, what do I do in order to apply that policy? Today, without utilizing virtualization, what I would do is basically do an inventory. Take a look at what machines I have that are Windows 2003, identify the IP address, and then create a rule for every machine on my firewall. Now, with utilizing the intelligent grouping using virtualization, I would actually take a different approach. I would say, Windows 2003, block RPC port. Why? Why can I do this? Because the virtualization platform understands the application, understands what exists, what is running inside every operating system. Therefore, I have the power to create rules that are very simple, but actually have very, very powerful effect, very powerful ramifications inside my network. Now, once I apply my policies, let's say to multiple services, and I apply the policies, wherever these virtual machines may go, the policies will exist. It runs in a distributed manner, right? So wherever the virtual machine happens to be inside the data center, the security policies that we've defined will carry with them. Even if it happens to be, the virtual machine happens to move outside the data center to another data center, or even to a public cloud service provider, we can actually carry those policies with it. So the virtualization platform runs as a distributed system, meaning that it's not dependent on one component. If a hardware failure happens here, the system is still running. And if you move virtual machines anywhere inside your data center, you will still have the same control mechanisms, the same policies will apply. So some of the results that we're seeing, so we've heard about microsegmentation. Almost every vendor in the market have microsegmentation. Now, utilizing the virtual environment allows us to apply microsegmentation in a much more controlled fashion. So what we're doing now, if we rely on the virtualization domain to provide the microsegmentation, is that now we can create a layer 4 transparent firewall that is stateful across the entire data center. So everywhere inside the data center, you will have a firewall. And it will not only be limited to the perimeter, but any two virtual machines that are running, even on the same physical host, that are in the same subnet, can be actually controlled and policied, right? So this is very different than what we've done in the past. Now you have a transparent layer 4 stateful fabric that exists everywhere. So what we've done now is that we've actually have the ability now to actually provide security that matches the policies that we have, the higher level security policies that we have, right? And have it exist everywhere. So this gives us an example just to kind of how we actually apply the policies. So let's look at the network on the left side, or the topology on the left side. So this is a very standard kind of traditional design. There's nothing wrong with this design. Both me and Navam have done hundreds of these in the past. There's nothing wrong with these, right? So you have an outer firewall, inner firewall, and you have multiple VLANs, right? And you create your rules based on those. Now, how does this thing change if I'm actually putting my control in my firewall and control inside the virtual domain? What that means is that I'm not dependent on an inner firewall anymore, right? I can rely on the virtual fabric to apply those policing, right, the firewalling. And as you know, 80%, typically 80%, very often, that is traffic in the data center is east-west traffic, meaning traffic that is intended from inside the data center to the data center. So what that means is that actually I'm relying on the distributed nature of that compute resource to do the heavy lifting. So I'm not simply relying on this single point box to do all the handle all that traffic. I'm actually relying on all the servers inside my data center to process that, which gives us great scalability. Additionally, one thing to note as well, if you look at how we apply the policies, is based on logical grouping. So let's say I have a new application that comes out. I say, okay, I keep hitting this. This application will have this policy, right? Why would I need this application to talk to another application openly? There's no need for that unless there's a controlled reason for that to happen. So I can apply my policies based on the logical grouping, right? And then within every group, I can create even deeper level of control mechanisms, saying only web talks to app talks to the database. And then on top of that, I can create even a specific policy for every virtual machine. So if it happens to be a web machine, then only allow port 3 as an example, right? Now, let's look at this one more time. Go back to the traditional data center one more time. So let's imagine that we have a breach, and we know that breaches happen, right? Let's imagine that we have a breach in the application VLAN. Now, once it gets through the firewall, there isn't any network protection between the virtual machines typically. So potentially it could spread across the application VLAN. So if an attacker could spread across the application VLAN, they could potentially take down that VLAN. And what that means is that this design has a single point of failure from a security perspective. It's a very good network design, but from a security design, may not be sufficient, may not be enough, right? So today, this may not be enough. This design is not enough. Now, one thing to note is that, I recall, I remember in maybe this was 2005 or 2006, when these types of designs started coming out, around 2006, where basically, you see the inner firewall in the past before then used to be a router, right? So the firewall is only needed from the outer layer going outward. So between the zones, there wasn't any zones, there wasn't any security zones inside the firewall, possibly the DMZ, that's all we had, all right? I remember when I started seeing this design, I was thinking, wow, this is too much. This is too much security. It's gonna be difficult to troubleshoot, it's gonna be difficult to manage, and it was more difficult to troubleshoot and manage, but it was needed. We started accepting that slowly. Yes, from a security perspective, it might have been too much. At that time, we might have thought it was too much, but then eventually it became the de facto standard, right? And now, if we look at that design on the right side, we're providing pervasive security where security exists everywhere from a network perspective. It may seem too much, but I believe it's going to be needed. So through relying on the virtualization layer to provide that security, what we can do now is that we have an implicit denial. Nothing can talk to anything inside the data center. So no communication in the data center at all is allowed unless it is defined. So you define what pathways you want to allow inside the data center. Not only can you define what pathways, you can create logically whatever networking security service that you want, components, anywhere inside the data center that you want, right? So you can insert firewalls, load balancers, whatever you want to do inside in the control fashion, all as part of the virtualization fabric, right? And then on top of it, you can add whatever security innovation that you want to, right? So let's say if you take any of these vendors, the way they run typically would be, once again, at the perimeter. But now, if we rely on the virtualization layer, what we can do is actually we can distribute and utilize logical policing for all of these vendors, right? And have that same power, that same pervasiveness, that omniscient visibility inside my data center provided to any other technology that you want to have, right? So if you want to utilize X or Y or Z technology, you can rely on the virtualization domain to give you that control, give you that visibility everywhere inside your data center. Now, this is actually, we're seeing a lot of success with this, and we're seeing great adoption. It's growing. The adoption of relying on the virtualization domain to provide that network security is growing rapidly, and feel free to talk to me about it afterwards and ask me any questions. If you have any questions now. If I've gone too fast, it's because I'm hungry. Any questions? تفضل. So essentially what happens is the virtualization fabric itself becomes a distributed firewall across all the data center. So you have, if you look at any typical data center, if you look at any typical data center, right, you would have virtualization fabric. What I mean by that is you would have a physical server, and then on top of that physical server you have virtualization hypervisor, and then on top of that you have multiple virtual machines running, right? And then you would have many servers, and many servers would have many hypervisors. So these hypervisors would run together as your virtualization domain, distributed domain, right? Now, when you're applying that security that you want to apply, you're applying it to the distributed system. So what happens is that if that virtual machine moves from any location to any location, the rules are applied in the hypervisor itself, on top of that, utilizing that hardware that exists everywhere. Okay. Does that answer your question, or kind of? Okay, so we'll save the questions for later. So I give you 5 minutes back.
نشكر المهندس أسامة الدوسري، ونود أن نؤكد أن سيكون هناك مجال لطرح الأسئلة مع المشاركين في جلسة العمل الثالثة. حاليا سننتقل إلى ثالث أوراق العمل، والتي يشارك فيها المهندس طارق الوعلة من شركة مرافق تحت عنوان Security Operation Center Implementation and Challenges.
السلام عليكم. مساء الخير الجميع. My name is Tariq Al-Wa'la. I'm from Marafaq Information Security Team. And today I'm not going to talk about technology. I'm not going to talk about security, how to implement network security. I'm not going to talk about vendors. I think the gentlemen before, the earlier in the presentations, they have talked about the technology and all of this. I will just share with you an experience that Marafaq has gone through with the implementation of Security Operations Center. And I think if you haven't started doing your initiation for Security Operations Center, I think it's the time to look at it. Well, when we started looking at the Security Operations Center, and actually it's moving to SIC as Intelligence Center, we have found that we need to monitor our network systems, traffics within our network. And then within my agenda, I'll talk about the challenges we have come through and our approach, and the Security Operations Center, where we cover all the areas of the monitoring, our focus area, and we have the service catalog that the Security Operations Center is providing. We will look at it from a project perspective, and also the manpower selection and the mode of operations. Necessity to monitor, and I think most of the organization and networks, usually they have this national scale attacks where it's on the national level. We have a huge amount of logs where we have servers, VMs, and different appliances within our network. Different technologies from different vendors, next generation firewalls, Palo Alto, Cisco, and all these different logs. And we have slow incident response, and that's eventually because of all of the above. And also the distributed security attacks areas. It's become like very targeted and very well organized attacks, and the compliance needs. So the challenges, before you go into this journey, you have to have the management support, where you have to buy in. They will let them buy in the idea. You have to present them the case, and then you will move forward with the rest of the budgeting and all of the related items. The other challenge is the environment itself. We have different operating systems. We have different networks. We have different segmentations. We have a lot of security appliances in place. We have a lot of network appliances and different vendors in places. The resources also is a challenge, where you have the manpower and very skilled manpower or man resources. I would call it the security analyst. Is another challenge. The integration, like I said, for different servers, different platforms, that's a challenges. And also taking the security operations center in place with the existing policies and procedure within the company. So our approach was doing the risk assessment. We have gone through so many external audits. We have a committee within the company that we basically have such kind of decision that goes through the committee. We have done some of the site visits for neighboring security operations centers. Then we develop the scope of work, and then it goes for the rest of procuring. Security Operations Center focuses in 3 areas, where you have the people, the technology, and processes. And to my personal experience, the people is more difficult to achieve, and that's why we came into the idea of having external help from different companies. So basically, if you are going to build a security operations center, you will have challenges with the 3 areas. Our focus area, like I said, it's all of the network systems, ERP systems, IT infrastructure goes into the SIM, and then from there you take it for analytics and threat intelligence, and instead of being just reactive, you take the SOC to be very proactive. Service catalog, real-time monitoring, incident identification and classification. That's very important, and that places the technology and the people in the same area, where the people is very important. The skilled people who have more experience in the network system, security, appliances, to look at the logs and to look at the threat, false positives, and all of these kind of notifications. Then you have the vulnerability assessment, and that's one of the main feed to the Security Operations Center, where you look at the vulnerability within your systems, and you coordinate all the changes and all the incidents. Penetration testing is also a part of it in extended Security Operations Center, where we have the investigation team and the administration team on the other hand doing the penetration testing. Security intelligence, like I said, it's very important. You're taking the SOC from reactive to a proactive. And we have the forensics analysis, where it's another tool of extending the Security Operations Center, where you have all the cases gets investigated and looked at closely with a very sophisticated skills of our security analysts. Building the SOC, we spend a lot of time, and maybe you spend most of the time at the planning and designing it. and that's pretty much most of the projects. You spend the time of visualizing how your project would be when it goes live. The SIM implementation, where you have the system, the technology. I don't want to call what's the system we are having here, but that's what you need to do whenever you are having your planning and designing in place. Then you align your security operations center with the framework. And then the manpower deployment, that's another area where you focus on hiring the skilled people in the area. Live operations, but that doesn't mean that the security operations center is live and that's it. And I would see it as an evolving project and continuous improvement. Like I said earlier, manpower is one of the challenges. So we focus at the experience, the certification, the teamwork, where it's very important to have somebody who can work and align with his teamwork. Skilled ability to handle the cases with a good knowledge and experience. Certification is also a factor. Now it comes to the area where you have to look at the modes of operation. There is no framework actually in Saudi Arabia you would follow to see security operations center as a service. There is a lot of debates in this area, whether to ship it outside or send your logs outside the country or within a private cloud. Is it feasible for the company to have it operated internally with the local resources? Another area where you have outsourcing it within your premise. That's the area where you find the challenges. And for Marafaq, as for our case, we are outsourcing it, but on premise. So that's pretty much about my presentation. It's just an experience to share with you. The gentlemen before my presentation, they have gone through most of the technologies and the areas of expertise. This is our experience, and I think it's worth sharing with you, gentlemen. And I would guess sooner or later, all of the companies will be going down that road too. Thank you very much.
نشكر المهندس طارق الوعلة على ورقة العمل التي قدمها، والآن ننتقل إلى ورقة العمل الرابعة مع المهندس عمر شيرين من شركة إيرنتس أند يونغ مينا.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. Thank you everyone for staying that late in the day. I'll try to keep it very short and direct. My name is Omar Shireen. I have about 15 years of cybersecurity experience. I started in a multinational oil and gas company. Then I worked for a national CERT for 10 years, handling OT incidents for 10 years. And they have been happening for the past 10 years, yes. And then a couple of years back, I moved to EY. I'm a voting member in the ISA 99, IEC 62443, which is the committee that approves the standards. It's an elected committee by the community. And we will try in this presentation to show you, I think what I think is a recap of what we have heard, which is excellent. I think the organizers did a very good job placing my slide or my presentation in that slot, because it's a real experience from the Middle East, how the companies in the region are doing SOCs, especially IT and OT SOCs. So as a start, we have to say and we have to establish that the convergence is happening. IT and OT are coming closer together. It's a business-driven discussion. And if we consider the technology roadmaps for the major OT manufacturers and major OT vendors, it's coming up. They're opening up. They're having alliances now. And you will be getting requests to open OT up for IT in a bi-directional manner. And this brings a security question. How can we secure this new request? I have to say that OT, and I've been working in this space for many, many years, it's a big dinosaur. And the vendors in that space are different, completely different mindset, completely different priorities than the IT folks upstairs. So you can see for IT, we have big players like Microsoft, SAP, HP, Oracle. Those are the major players. Down there, you can have ABB, Yokogawa, Schneider, Siemens, Honeywell, all of them. They speak different terminologies, they speak different languages, and this is changing. Now we can see that most of the companies on the top left and the bottom right are having alliances as we speak right now. And for the next 2 years, this is happening a lot. You will see lots of products that are being pushed in the market by both of them. They would be co-pushing those products together, and most of them are in security. We have a survey that we have been doing for the past 10 years in EY. It's called GISS, and those are only the energy findings. This is only the energy findings from the past year, 2016, across the energy sector worldwide. More than 500 of the biggest energy companies, and energy is, for us, it's power utility, nuclear, and oil and gas, contribute to that. And I've picked up only 3 statistics. Number one, 70% of the products are already vulnerable out of the box. Our environment, out of the box, the brand new environment, have 70% vulnerabilities. 70% of the products have vulnerabilities out of the box. About 60% of the biggest companies in the world say we don't have visibility on what's happening. 60%, they acknowledge they don't know what's happening. And only 6% of them say, if there's a problem, I think we are very confident that we will be able to respond to it. Only 6% of the biggest 500 companies in our world. So I don't think we are doing a very good job there. I mean, the gap is increasing between how we should be and where we are actually are. So the gap is definitely on the rise over the, for the past 10 years. Another thing that I've noticed working for a CERT at a national level and having the privilege to communicate and share intelligence for 10 years across many governments, many CERTs in the region and abroad, 70% of the incidents are detected by someone else, not by you. Someone calls you up, you have a problem, you are sending me this, your environment is using or is used in that attack, and I'm being attacked by your environment, and you would be caught by surprise. Or your CERT might call you up, you have an issue. Another government told us you have an issue. And by the way, most of the numbers we're seeing on the number of incidents are very, diluted. I mean, or those are not the real numbers. One thing you need to understand about the CERT concepts that they can only publish what they are approved to publish by the people who reported and by the government and by the vendors. So if there's an incident that not one of those parties did not want to disclose, they cannot do it. So the numbers we're seeing are the only approved to be published. And there are much, much more incidents. And those incidents are not detected by you because of a simple fact that you cannot detect what you cannot see. How many of us can confidently stand up in this room and say, I know exactly what's happening in my OT environment? Do you have this confidence? Can you stand up and say, I have that? I have that full visibility. It's a very hard claim. This is a real incident that happened in the region around 2 years ago, around 2015. I worked in that incident as well, but this slide is from Metro. Those are the actual steps of an attack started in IT and moved to OT. Those are actual steps. It took the analyzing team or the analysts around 7 months to put this puzzle together. 7 months of forensics just to draw the spectrum from persistence, the first step all the way to exfiltration. It's a very, very long process. Lots of knowledge is required. Lots of insight knowledge about the business, the process in the plant, process of the technology. It's not easy. So I will try to summarize how in the past 2 years we have spoken to many, many companies like you in the MENA region. So this is only experience from MENA, how companies are doing SOCs, IT and OT. And I can put things in 3 buckets that I will go through and show you the pros and cons of each approach. We have seen integrated SOCs, which cover IT, OT, and physical security. This is currently being built in MENA. We have seen separate SOCs, and we have seen managed SOCs. For the first one, which is the fully integrated SOC, it's a one SOC that is taking inputs from physical security, from IT, and from OT. All of them aggregated in one SOC. Of course, you have threat intelligence, threat feeds, all of this coming in, but you have one team taking care of everything. What are the pros and cons of that? You get real-time visibility. You will get real-time situation awareness. You know exactly what's happening on two sides of the fence. And this is very important because most of the incidents start from IT and creep into OT somewhere. That's how most of them happen. And if you don't have this cross-border visibility, you only see half of the story, which is the end game, but you don't see how it all started. So having this complete corporate visibility is very important. You will have a unified view from the management perspective. So the management perspective can raise the phone, tell me how I'm doing, how is the business doing? Because I have this, high helicopter view for the entire company. The cons, it will be very, very hard to find the right people, the right security experts to operate this SOC. Because you will be working in a very, very dynamic and different environment. Different technologies, different network protocols, different priorities, different KPIs, everything is different. And it's very hard to find some or one team that can do that, or one skill set. Nobody have that experience. So you need to have, it will be very hard to find those people, and harder even is to keep them. So the people here is a big challenge. But it's happening in the region. That's why it's up there. It's happening, and I will show you one case study. Another option is the integrated SOC, and that's to have two separate SOCs, one for OT and one for IT, and they talk to each other. This is happening even more frequent in the region. This is happening more than the first option. And why it's preferred option? For two things. I would have to say that I'm very sorry that many people choose that option because of politics. If you have a unified SOC, the question is, who manages this SOC? Is it operations or IT? And it's a big discussion, and it's not a proper discussion. We should not have that discussion. But unfortunately, this is a key decision maker in the region. Who manages this security program? Is it operations and engineering or IT? The easy way out is to split them, and in that case, everyone will be happy with their piece of the kingdom. And the downside is that you will have hard time with the right process and twice the capex. You will be spending twice. The issue with the process is that if there's an incident and you need to handle it across IT and OT, you need to have a very proper and strong handover process. Because you can only have one leader for incidents. You cannot have two people managing it, or two teams. If it started somewhere or ended somewhere, how the ownership and responsibility shifts from one business unit to another. And it's not a normal operating environment. If there's an incident, everyone is on the edge, everyone is panicked, there's pressure from government or even pressure from the leadership. So it's a very tense situation not to have a proper streamlined process how to shift ownership. The other model, the final model, that started outside of the region but coming into the region as well, is to have a separate SOC for OT that considers IT as a third party. They don't trust IT. We are providing a service to IT, and we have an agreement on that service. But for us, they are a third party. This concept, and this is Shell, by the way. Shell is doing that. This is the direction of Shell, and we're working with them on that from that angle. It's a separate SOC for OT, and it's not just OT SOC. It's doing much, much more. It's doing automated maturity and compliance reporting. It's asset inventory, and I will really, really come back to that point. Configuration management, external access control. So all remote access comes through that point. Patch management, antivirus management, and log collection only for OT. For them, as I said, IT is a separate third party that has to go just like anybody else that's asking for connectivity. They have to go through a certain process, even though they're the same company. The pros and cons of that option is that it solves the corporate politics completely, complete segregation. It's a comfort zone for everyone. Least false positives, because your OT SOC professionals know best about their OT environment. And they generally end up doing better job in analyzing the impact of the incident, while it takes the other guys a little bit more time, and you don't have that luxury. The cons is that it's a much bigger investment. You lose the corporate-wide visibility, that's a downside, and you might end up with different security levels. In this slide, and I can share it with anyone who's interested after the session, I've tried to put side by side all of the different SOC deployment models globally, in-house, outsourced, co-managed, is it IT only and OT, or IT and OT and even IoT, which is what we call digital SOC, IT, OT, and IoT. And the evaluation criteria is that people, process, and technology, but under people, lots of things. Under process, how's the effectiveness of the process, team integration, business context, metrics, advanced threats, network visibility, everything. So it depends on what do you want. There's no silver bullet. There's no right answer. You might be happy with the results of column A or column X. You know, what do you want? What do you expect from that investment? What we are doing right now, and I can say this is the first OT SOC in the Middle East. EY is building this. It's already soon to be launched out of Oman. It's the first SOC in the Middle East that is IT, OT, and IT, or an IoT and OT. We call that digital SOC. The concept is based on you need to have 360 visibility, regardless of the technology. So our SOC platform actually runs on 6 engines, and you can have the visibility. You have the choice of choosing whatever engine you want, regardless of the products. I will not mention them, but all of them are running. It's a multi-tenant platform. It takes input and logs from IT, OT, and IoT, as I said. Even we do supply chain monitoring. So we can consider threats that are still probably coming on the way as part of the supply chain. And I can explain more separately. In some cases, companies said, I like that concept, but I need it in-house. I cannot go for a managed security option. So what we're doing also is that we're helping them building that. And I think it's a summary of everything that we have heard so far. It's excellent. And it's gives us assurance that everyone is in the same track. This is where the industry is going, cybersecurity industry is going. You need a threat management team, like my colleagues have said. You need incident response. This is normal. This is normal SOC. But you also need analytics and data scientists, depending on the size of your company. We found out that in OT, this is perfect. Why? This is a real project that we're doing right now. It's ISO 99 zones and conduits. We took a flat network of a major petrochemical company, and it's a multi-year project to move them into ISO 99 compliant zones and conduits. So this is after applying the rules of ISO 99. You will end up with segmentation, horizontal and vertical, with the concept of zones and conduits. In ISO 99, it pushes companies who want to be compliant that any system that is doing the same process should be put together in one bucket, let's call it zone. And it can only talk to other zones through approved data flows and conduits. And for each zone and for each conduit, there is a security level and security target that you need to meet based on a really OT-specific risk analysis methodology. And after you put the controls and the security levels, you can choose the technology that will support you to do this and the procedures around it. So that's a real case. What we've found in OT that is unique to OT is that zones talking to each other are very much predictable. Any deviation from that is very highly not normal, because they have been designed to speak point A to speak to point B. That is the expectation. If it's speaking to A, B, and C, something is wrong. Thank you. For that, we're using a tool that is EY2, but it's based on open source. It's called PassScan, and it predicts abnormal behaviors. I will try to explain and give you a small example. Looking at the top left, or the bottom left, sorry, you'll see a normal behavior, a node, which is the white circle in the middle, speaking to 3 nodes, the gray ones. If by coincidence you find out that they are speaking to 3 more nodes or 4 more nodes, the yellow ones, this is not normal. This is not what I have pre-approved. So why this node is now speaking to other nodes? So that triggers something. And we use that in the data analytics engine that we have to go through also the full attack chain. And I'll give you an example as well. If you have a multi-vectors of attacks, let's say multi-groups, different groups, APT X, organized crime Y, and APT Z. And over the time, we've learned that those are the steps each of them follows. And those are the tools they use. Those are the mechanisms, and this is their style of penetrating the company. You can end up with a library of knowledge about those different groups and their tools and their tactics and their approach steps. So building on that knowledge, if 6 months later, you have seen something that is following the same pattern, you can claim with some sort of confidence that this looks like organized crime. Why? Why? Because I have seen them doing that before. I've seen them following the same steps, using the same tools, and that was the end result in the red column that ended up in the first incident as priority 2. For the second time or second attempt they will try to do it, you can say, I know it's either 2 or 1. They are skilled, they have the right resources, they have the right tactics. I will not waste time to wait until the damage happens. I will treat this immediately as priority 1. I will save time, and time is very critical and crucial. This is my last slide, and I'll try to say that for all of the projects that we have seen in the oil and gas companies and the energy companies, security, whether the people know it or not, is a fundamental horizontal element in those plans, all of them. Whether you're going for convergence, digital oil fields, big data, mobility, analytics, whatever you are doing or whatever your company is planning to, security is an element of that. And I would say, don't start with a SOC. I would surprise you. Don't start. You don't need SOC as a first thing. The first thing you need to do is to have asset discovery capability. You need to understand your environment, your OT environment. Doesn't make sense to invest in a SOC and you don't understand your environment at level 1. If you don't have this visibility, you are doing a wrong thing. Once you understand your full body capabilities and what my assets are, how many they are, especially in OT, many of the projects are legacy. No documentation, no updated data flows, no updated diagrams. You cannot do security if you are blind on level 2 and 1 and below. You cannot do it. So our recommendation is to always start with asset discovery. Understand your plant. After that, plan ahead. So if we can summarize three lessons. There are logical dependencies. This is what the example I said. First, understand your body, then start moving. Number 2, certain initiatives can be considered prerequisites. And ultimately, number 3, convergence plans are complex. It's not easy to do security in OT and IT and SOCs. It's not easy. It's not a turnkey solution. It's not just buy something out of the market and do it. You need long-term and strong program management, because many of those projects are 2 and 3 years long. It's not easy to start with asset discovery, segregation and segmentation, choosing the right technology, having the right people and process. This is not easy. It takes time. The good thing is that many companies are doing it right now, starting. We have now a fully operational SOC that followed that concept. And I think at least 4 companies are now doing the same across MENA, which is excellent news because last year we didn't have any of that. So I think we are picking up as a region. Thank you for your time. I hope I didn't take much of your time, and I'll be also around for any questions. Thank you. Yeah, sure.
نشكر المهندس عمر شيرين وندعو المهندس وسيم الخالدي من شركة فورس بوينت للمشاركة بورقة العمل قبل الأخيرة في جلستنا الثالثة.
السلام عليكم. It's my pleasure to be here with you in this Jubail Cybersecurity Conference. First of all, my name is Wissam Al-Khaldi, not Wasim Al-Khaldi. So I'm senior security consultant with ForcePoint. I have been working with ForcePoint for almost 4 to 5 years now. Today, first of all, I would like just to give you very briefly about ForcePoint. Who's ForcePoint? And because since we are a new company as a new brand name with a new mission, and then we'll go direct to our main topic, which is protecting the human points. So, who's ForcePoint? I imagine some of you didn't hear about ForcePoint before, because as a ForcePoint, we have been started early as a new brand name early in 2016, but our people and products are very well recognized in the market since long time, because actually ForcePoint is a joint adventure between Raytheon, WebSense, and StoneSoft. So our technology already in place, and our people have already the experience that we share it over the past over long time, and we are very well recognized with many of the security industries report worldwide. So our strategy or our goal as a ForcePoint is to become leading security vendor to bring considerable resources to support our customer with uncompromising system. So ForcePoint is designed to deliver a new effective approach to the security industry, which we call it protecting the human point. And this is what I'm going to give you more detail about this particular in the few next slides. So as a ForcePoint, since we have this joint adventure between these three companies, we already we have very well industry recognition about all of our technology in most of the, if not all of the industrial security analytics reports, including Gartner, IDC, Forrester, SE Magazine, NSS Lab, Redigati, and others. And also, thankfully and successfully, we have implemented our solution and technology on very enterprise customers, and here we can see some big names that we can consider them as a reference to ForcePoint. So this is just briefly about ForcePoint. So we are new as a mission, as a brand name, but we are already existing in the security industry since long time. So before going to talk in more detail about how ForcePoint can help the customer protecting their human point, how we can understand the insider, how we can understand the user within your organization, I would like just to share with you the feedback from our security labs from Raytheon and ForcePoint regarding the security prediction report in 2017. So here we are offering our customer the latest point, or the main point, or the main challenge that the organization should be focused on it in 2017. Here I'm sharing some of the points. So we have digital butterflies that we all know that one of the main challenges today that the malware are able to hide their origin. And we know that you have to peering to your mind the challenge that you are facing to find out who launched the malware and the false positive behind that. Another topic that the cloud environment. We all know that most of the organization, even the enterprise customer, start moving to the cloud, and vendor are trying to support moving the customer smoothly to the cloud. But from my point of view, don't be rushed with moving your business to the cloud without necessary consideration. Because moving to the cloud, that first of all, you have to find the right solution who can protect your critical data, your data that's moving to the cloud, because as you know, you can access it in anywhere and everywhere. In addition, you should understand the user behavior, because the user is not running within your organization anymore. He's not restricted with the access list that you have. So we need to understand the behavior of the user who's accessing this data in the cloud. And finally, you should be very confident about the security solution that provided to protect your cloud environment, especially that we have seen, we are seeing increasing of the scale and the scale of the DDoS attack in 2016 for the cloud services. Another point is the data theft and data loss prevention. We all hearing also about the GDPR, the General Data Prevention Regulation, and we all heard also about this new regulation that's coming to be forced in May 2018. So most of the customers should be prepared with protecting or identifying and protecting their sensitive and confidential data early in 2017. Also the consolidation and the integration between the technology. We are seeing that a lot of technology in place with different vendors, but these technology are not talking to each other natively, especially today, that we need these feeds from the endpoint level, from the network level, from the gateway level. So having this integration between the technology is not only minimize the administration efforts and the operational resources, but also it's improved the security level by having this kind of integration and let this technology talking to each other natively. And we have many other. For this report, it's already available in our website, so you can download it and see if you are interested to see more detail about these top 10 points. Okay, so over the last few years, we start seeing increasing of concerns from enterprise customers. And I imagine because of the voices has been lauded at this time, and you might be hearing the same thing. I'm hearing that the security has never been more important to them. I'm hearing that the risk that they are facing has not been more dire to them. We, as an industry, are meeting their requirement less and less. So in short, I'm hearing that we have to change. So you know, only in 2016, companies are spent more in security than ever before, $81 billion just on the security solutions, and we still didn't feel like we meet their needs. So I'm sure that we have to change, and it's like our customer, they give us a great sum of money, and they are investing a lot on the security solution to protect their organization, and they're still investing more and more. So, and it's really crazy how much we feel like we didn't have this improvement. So we should be changing, and today I would like to share with you our perspective, our four-point perspective to start this changing process. And it's quite simple. By focusing our time and effort on the security industry, for the security industry, on one constant thing, which has been in existence in the security industry since long time, which is the people, or the human being. So what I'm trying to say here, that technology changes, threat landscape changes, data within the organization changes, and always people are the only constants within any organization or within any within the security industry. So we should be able to know what is the user are doing, what is the insider is doing. We should understand the behavior of the user, the behavior of the human being. So let's look at these people here and see what is the risk behind these people. So if we look at this slide, these people might be you or you or you. So for example, you might be a compromised malware or compromised insider. you might be an accidental insider, I might be a malicious insider. So I will start with myself. I'm taking myself as an example, one of these people who's running on the organization. So in my particular case, I'm particularly dangerous because I have the authority in my organization. I can access my system. I know how to bypass my system. I know where is my system or my technology deployed, and maybe I have access to the sensitive data. Maybe I'm working with the HR or with the finance department. Maybe I don't have access to the sensitive data, but I can access my manager machine. So when he left to the vacation, I can sit on his machine, accessing the sensitive and data from his machine. So I can be go from one good employee one day to bad employee the next. I can go from good employee one day to compromised good employee the next. But I'm trusted in my company. But at the same time, I like anyone in this room, my behavior might be changed. And the behavior of the users is always changing because at the end, based on in many external factors, the people behavior might be changed. Maybe your job in risk, or you're gonna change. You are planning to change your job, or maybe you have been blackmailed. Also, simply maybe you didn't get enough sleep the day before, and you saw the email. You click on the link without look at this link. You thought it's related. It's look like Google link, but it's not, because it's a compromised link who's installing dropper file on your machine and start compromising your machine, or controlled by outside malicious. So you will be at this time a compromised machine. So, and intentionally got infected with malware who's controlling your machine in this way, that you will be considered as a compromised machine, as a compromised insider. So how do you think that, how much I'm dangerous? Or should I say we are? Actually, what I would like to share with you here, that is it the malware? Is the important to know how the malware are get in, or the fact they already got in? Actually, one of the greatest challenge today isn't about much about the malware. It's about the insider threat, because at the end it's about the impersonations. So we should be focused on this area. I would like to encourage everyone in this room, everyone in the industry, to help the enterprises focus on or understand their workforces. Same like consumers, companies, how they understand their consumer bases. Actually, I would like to encourage everyone in this room to understand or to enable the people to be part from the solution. So this is our idea or our vision as a fourth point in terms how we are protecting the human points. So just briefly, as a fourth point portfolio, we have divided our security portfolio to 4 divisions. Starting with the content security, we have added some security solution to protect the main business channels today, which is the web and email, by providing either web security gateway, email security gateway, sandboxing, and also providing the CASB, the Cloud Access Security Broker. The CASB is one of the required solutions for any customer or any organization who's moving to the cloud. Also, the global government with cross-domain solution, who's protecting who's securing the transforming of the file for the most critical organization, which is the defense sector. Network security, by providing or combining both next generation of IPS and next generation firewall to provide the advanced protection and the centralized mobility, centralized manageability. And finally, the data and insider threat, which is one of the hot topics that we are focusing and investing a lot on it, which means that we have the solution that can, first of all, understand the user behavior, help our customer to build the insider threat program based on the Raytheon experience for the past 15 years with the most critical organization in the world. So we have the solution that can help to understand the user behavior and to monitor the user behavior and provide the data protection to protect your data, not based only on the data transaction, but also based on the user behavior. So as a fourth point, our vision or our strategy is to provide the fourth dimension of security, starting with providing security solutions that can defend your network from the latest cyber attacks and data theft. And we all know how much the malware or the attacker are sophisticated, and we always maybe one step behind them. So at some point, they might be able to bypass our security solutions. So defend only is not the right solution. We should have the different solution, and we have it. But also, you should have a solution that can detect if the malware bypass your network. You should have the solution that can detect once this malware installed in your environment, and you can, and at the same time, you have collect the context around this malware, so you can decide what is the action that you should take. Then you can become normal faster and sooner. So providing defend, detect, decide, and defeat against the latest cyber attacks and data theft. This is our vision, and this is where we are investing as a fourth point. Thank you.
نشكر المهندس وسام الخالدي، والآن ننتقل إلى آخر ورقة عمل مع المهندس محمد الخضري من شركة Security Matters.
Bismillah, assalamu alaikum. I'm here today on behalf of Ashley Watson, who has some, other priorities. Unfortunately, he couldn't join us. I'll talk today about continuous security. It's not about specific tools, but it's about vision that's more integrated into different security tools. It's good I came last. We'll use all the experience the guys presented here. We learn all from different presentations, many of the things. And as a last person also, I know Mr. Osama, we are more hungry now. So yeah, we will finish quickly. Okay. So continuous security is about, again, it's about having security not to be perceived as one action that you need to take when you discover some vulnerability in your system. You need to have this security on a continuous real-time based. The main purpose of SOC is built on not an interactive and continuous based security. It's built actually to take action when you have visibility. And I remember yesterday a very good example for the reason why we have ABS in our car. So I discussed this with some of the security consultants. He said, okay, the ABS is not a strong brake. Actually, it's something to stop the brake and give a small power to the tires of the car so it can move in a slow motion that give more stability to the car so you can control the stop and the move if you want to stop. And why I'm giving this example, actually, if you are in the control, and this is why we need SOC, then you can't take the right action. If you don't have this visibility, as mentioned by the guys, okay, if you don't have this visibility on what's happening on real time, then, I mean, you can take an extreme high action, like stop the firewall, stop the connectivity, and this is happening actually in a big organizations today. So we're saying that security fails when it's a special event, means, again, we need to take security into a different way of thinking. And actually, I think this is a main reason why we have some conflicts inside different organizations between IT, OT, and different teams of business-related activities, the application team and Again, this is started to be solved with the more knowledge and awareness. Again, we can implement different solutions, SIM, SOC, virtualization, network segmentation, and we need SIM to correlate and understand this continuous security. But at the end, it's all driven by business. And believe me, with all this complexity of integration and others, you need to back to a core point where I believe at some point of time, there will be like OT, IT, and ST, security team, because it's something very critical. And this is, this has been proven, even in the country level. There is a security that reports directly to the king. This is everywhere, and this is becoming an army. This is becoming everywhere. And this is where the point is, again. It's a business related. Security is not part of IT. This is, we need to understand if it's a cyber security. Yes, network security, we talk about different solution at network security, but talk today about cyber security. There's something related to governance, risk, compliance, something related to your brand at social media, what's happening, who's using your brand to hack or to phish some other people, okay? So here, again, I'll introduce again some part of what security matters to our company to come over this. We invest more in people. Again, everybody talks about technologies and processes and we build it. Yes, we do this. We are, since lockdown time, working on these security solutions. We know how we implement, we know how important is the process. It's more important than technology to have the process and procedures in place. But we believe people is coming on the first place. That's why investing in Saudi to building educational SOC with universities like one we did in Hail University, with Princess Noura University. We develop in-house educational SOC, in-house capabilities that can understand forensics, cybersecurity, because again, we don't believe that anybody can go outsource outside kingdom a critical data because of regulation, not because, let's say, only of the trust. Okay, so continuous security require first the people, and we believe that in investing in educating and putting these cyber labs, cyber educations for staff is one of the key components of the solution. Back to unified security on the terms of the network. So like on the development, DevOps, like in the security, SecOps, like in all the areas, everybody wants to be more agile, to know how to detect quickly, how to respond quickly, and how to have a continuous real-time visibility. So there is always three main components that's related to SOC, vulnerabilities, and the business requirements, governance, risk, compliance, and the business understanding of the impact of different actions on the security on the business, okay? So it's how we move this into a continuous measure and improve process that could happen within the SOC processes and procedures, or could have a bigger umbrella under the security or cyber security team. So I'll jump this. So continuous security is about, part of it is about automation, how we implement the automated actions, and this is becoming a big topic in security because we believe that automation is something, a lot of network technical engineers believe it may affect the security in a bad way because you don't have a full control. We'll say that we need it at the end because of the huge number of incidents, handlers that's happening inside the network and applications, including the different technologies. I count today more than 40 different vendors that you need in your cybersecurity strategy to build security as a product, let's say, including endpoint, network, policies, procedures, email security, web security. Our friends here of ForcePoint has mentioned about content security, network security. So all this, in addition to building the strategy, asset management, from also what our friends here mentioned, that we need visibility, and it should be a continuous. Again, automation is something I think is coming anyway because with the current situation of manpower and complexity, let's say this is nothing complex more than generating money, let's say, okay? We do security because we need to save our services, and the companies need to move with the visibility on their ROIs, and this cannot be continue like bleeding because of security. We are afraid, we are panic, okay? So our point is that everything needs to be managed in a smart way within the business requirement, not the IT or OT or other requirements that can be under a security team at the end. So skills and authority and accountability is something that can given to every team to take a decision that's driven by business requirements. Okay, so I'll talk about how we achieve continuous security in this slide. Okay, so we integrate usual, and this is one of the use cases we used in Saudi, also in one of the banks. We integrate all the controls of SIM with applications and network and everything. This is a standard SOC, advanced SOC we name, because it's giving always an advice and giving integration with the latest threats that's coming from different sources, either from internet, from other agencies, from big security vendors, where they have their central database of the new attacks and zero-a-days and everything. We're adding some of the mentioned tools also about behavioral monitoring, about how we do smart decisions on the different components of the technology, and integrate that with a continuous vulnerability scanning. So we don't scan, then we find vulnerabilities, then we fix vulnerabilities, then SIM solution will give us, reports about what's happening against these servers or network or applications. We do a continuous integration between vulnerability assessment, threat protection, and the SIM solution, where you have a continuous vulnerability scan and SIM action solution. So SIM can take action based on vulnerability scanning. And the most important is the third part up, is the governance, risk, compliance, and business requirements. So how we can, and this is actually very unique, and there is very limited tools today in the market, how we can bring these business requirements into SIM and vulnerability assessment. How we can link this governance, risk, compliance, the different metrics into this solution. It's more of development, it's more of customization, but at the end you will have a one single view that's how security will impact business and what business can take action based on a calculated risk formulas. So this is, again, something that we can explore in some way outside the presentation. But again, we believe this is the next generation security. And we trust that having manpower developed inside to develop and customize the security is very important here, because if you are running a standard security everywhere, that's easy to be hacked everywhere. I mean, developers, and we need to think that hackers maybe is two steps ahead, because this is their business to think how we think and how we are positioning our solutions. Okay, so developers and testers, again, are playing a major role here to develop these workflows and integration between, and there is a specific tools that's ready today in the market. We have a special use cases on this. Okay, so again, it's a continuous. So between sites, between applications, between vulnerabilities that's going into the code, going to application, going to users, going to network, and there is many unique and new technologies. So if we build the SOC, part of this strategy is that once we're done, what if a new technology came, network micro-segmentation? Okay, it will change the way that SIM are working, because firewall is distributed across all machines, back to the, the point of what's happening. So this is a major change on the network level and application level. How we can impact this into our SIM solution and then keep working on within our processes and procedures. This is where, again, continuous security plays role. We cannot establish a new project every time the application team or network security team started to deploy a new technology. Again, getting this into a business level and business justification is something, again, difficult even to imagine within the current tools, but it is something happening today. And I see as a next step of cybersecurity, moving the security out of network applications and traditional way into a business-driven decisions, because at the end, security is investment. Investment is a business, okay? And you need to take this business decision. It's not about convincing people, yeah, SOC is very important and we need to build those SOC, but it's about, building a business, how much this will impact and how much it costs, and if you are willing to take this risk. That's it. So again, so the risk assessment is part of it. Asset discovery to discover what we have exactly is part of it. Code review is part of it. Because again, it's linking all the levels of security into a single equation where we can have the business and the penetration testing, vulnerability assessments part of our continuous security monitoring. So vulnerability assessment is not happening every month or every week or every year. It's happening continuously. And this risk is mapped to a business risk, which will give how much this may impact. So again, it's going through standard vulnerability management, deployment, testing. That's, again, customized. Development is a core part of it. And we believe this is more about manpower. Investing in manpower, giving this priority is the right security within this huge number of technologies and new securities, overlaps, and others. So again, it's going from upset to ad hoc to gated security through proxy to agile, and now it's time to continuous security. And the impact is back to security basics, is the confidentiality, integrity, and availability. Again, I don't want to, because we have to finalize. We can discuss this in deep, how we are going to more really mitigate the risk into our security controls, our business, our data, classify how we can continuously do it in a proper way without having more complexity. Because it came like, that you need a special operation team, special purchasing department, special for security. It's becoming really, after all these solutions, a headache for business. That's why we believe in having the local talents up to speed, in having this training or SOC training centers or educational SOC and cyber labs in the country more and more to develop these capabilities. And this is where continuous and the challenges can be addressed. And the first one is skilled resources, skill resources. And this is, again, a part of the strategy and actually the core of the strategy to build these capabilities in-house. So done, and maybe in the question sections, that's it. Okay, thank you.
نشكر المهندس محمد الخضري على هذه الورقة، والآن نتيح المجال للأسئلة. في واحد في النص هنا. جاك المايك.
Thank you very much. My name is Dawi Al-Ghamdi. I am security engineer. And I have a question directed to Dr. Nazem. What is the difference between the threat intelligence researcher and the hunter?
Okay, so thank you very much. It's a great question. I didn't touch on that. So when we presented the various roles as we move into this kind of new services introduced by the SOC, we said there are multiple roles, right? And I just want to go back to your question. We see what we call a threat researcher and a threat hunter. To me, the way I look at it, a threat hunter is let's say, a specialized, a subject matter expert who knows what a play is. He can create what we call a threat hunting play. What are the various steps he or she is going to take in order to find something, if that thing exists or not? So he is able to create the plays. He's able to execute the plays, and eventually he should be able to tune the plays such that he's able to find threats. Even if he couldn't find it the first time, he should be able to find it the second time, the third time, as he continues repeating and tuning the plays. Threat researcher, on the other hand, is very much involved in consuming threat intel data, going actively and looking for, I would say, new information, whether it's related to vulnerabilities, whether it's related to campaigns, whether it's related to adversaries. So he will be more of going out and finding what is happening. And they work together very frequently. For example, if the threat researcher believes that there is a threat that has been discovered recently in an industrial control system that might apply to the environment, he will be talking to the threat hunter, right? And the threat hunter will execute or will create and execute a hunt or a hunt play, as we call it, in order to find that threat. Now, we understand that organizations are not too big to have a threat researching team or a threat hunting team. Therefore, practically, we see the two roles done by the same person. So whenever he has the time or she has the time, they will research for a threat and they will perform the hunting activity, right? So it's more of a role than a person. I don't know if that answers your question.
No, it's clear. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
في سؤال الظاهر من أحد الأخوان فوق، تفضل.
طيب, first of all, thanks to every individual in the panel for their papers. And my question is basically to my colleague in Marafaq, Mr. Tariq Al-Wa'la. This is Rashid Al-Athman from Tasni', IT Compliance Manager. When you presented the service catalog, it was really catchy to me, because I was focusing on things which I'd like to know how basically how do you treat it. So, for example, I didn't see antivirus, or maybe my ignorance caused me not to see antivirus firewalls, next generation firewalls as well. So how basically do you put those? Is it part of SOC, or you're doing it part out of SOC?
I don't know if I get the question very clear, because your voice is cutting there. But the Security Operations Center at Marafaq is very independent entity with a different line of management that looks after the basically the threats and all the security appliances. However, when it comes to the mitigation, that goes through the incident response, where it has its own way processes and procedures to mitigate those risks. I don't know if this is the
Let me be more specific here. So endpoint security, where do you put this?
That's under the security operations. Again, security operations center, it depends on how you look at it, and it depends on the size of the company or the organization you work for. In our case at Marafaq, we see the security operations center that under the governance, risk and compliance. However, we have a security operations, the gentlemen who look after the advanced threat protection, the firewall operations, and the endpoint protection, so on and so forth.
Thank you, Tariq.
Thank you.
نشكر المشاركين في الجلسة الأخيرة من مؤتمر الجبيل الأول لأمن المعلومات، وندعو الأستاذ سلطان الفضلي مدير إدارة تقنية المعلومات في الهيئة الملكية للجبيل ورئيس اللجنة المنظمة للمؤتمر لتكريم المشاركين في هذه الجلسة. أولاً الدكتور ناظم الفردان. المهندس أسامة الدوسري. المهندس طارق الوعلة. المهندس عمر شيرين. المهندس وسام الخالدي. والمهندس محمد الخضري. شكرا لكم جميعا. نتوقف الآن لفترة استراحة لتناول طعام الغداء، ومن ثم نستأنف ورشة العمل والتي تحمل عنوان The Need of 24/7 Monitoring، ويقدمها المهندس بشير جريش من شركة سيمانتك. كما نرجو من السادة الحضور والمشاركين التكرم بتعبئة الاستبانة في الموقع الإلكتروني كما هو موضح في الشاشة، ونشير كذلك إلى إمكانية استلام شهادات الحضور من قسم التسجيل. شكرا لكم، ونلتقيكم إن شاء الله في ورشة العمل بعد الغداء.
after lunch break. So my name is Bashir Jreish. I'm a cybersecurity consultant with Symantec. I'm based on Riyadh. I've been with Symantec for almost 4 years now. Our main focus in this workshop is to discuss cybersecurity services and specifically the need for 24/7 monitoring. And why this is important, and I know the title might be a little bit not shocking, but a little bit different. So during the 2 days of this session, people talked about the escalated threat landscape, and I will not repeat the same message for the sake of time and for the sake of going further to the questions and tackle use cases. But we all understand the elevated cybersecurity landscape and how cybersecurity attacks are happening specifically in Saudi Arabia on a larger scale. Now, the second thing I would like to start before going into the cybersecurity services and monitoring services is that Symantec as a cybersecurity company is considered the largest non-military cybersecurity company globally. So our global intelligence network is considered the largest civilian intelligence network. And from a footprint perspective, this visibility is due to the large footprint that we have globally from endpoint sensors, our ability to scan and capability to scan globally email traffic and web traffic. Now, the latest news from our perspective is that we acquired Blue Coat. So if you know Blue Coat, the web security company and the network security company is now fully integrated within Symantec portfolio. And this gives us more visibility on the network side. Now, from a security operations center, Symantec delivers as well managed services and certain cybersecurity services relying on 9 global SOC centers. So, cybersecurity and threat intelligence service. And this is where we came up with this title today on the need of 24/7 monitoring. So, as we know, in order to fix or at least solve the problem of advanced attacks, the gap in cyber skills in the market, and the ability to deliver advanced protection for our customers globally and specifically in Saudi Arabia, managed security service and specifically the ability to monitor 24/7 an enterprise from a security perspective is becoming more and more relevant. Now, I would like to start with this statement. By 2020, the security industry will be short of 1.5 million information security professionals. And I think this is a very nice time to be working in cybersecurity. So 10 years ago, you would be looking for CCIEs and Microsoft specialists and certain network specialists. If you see the shift in focus in the market and in the organization, by 2020, there is a shortage of 1.5 million information specialists. Now, before tackling directly our session on how managed security services and how the security monitoring can benefit any organization in Saudi Arabia, it's very important to mention that Symantec deliver an integrated cybersecurity service ranging from monitoring, so we can monitor your environment to be able to find intrusions or gaps or certain attacks, and we can alert you within 10 minutes of SLA. The second thing is we can deliver incident response, either remotely or on the ground in case of an attack, and this is something that we delivered in the market in the last couple of months, specifically during the Shamon attack. The other thing is that we provide intelligence services. So deep side intelligence in case you need IP reputation, URL reputation to integrate with your existing SIM. And during my session, I will talk about how SIM solution complement managed security and 24/7. And the last thing we need to highlight is, in order to fill the cybersecurity gap from a skills perspective, Symantec can introduce a cybersecurity simulation platform. So your InfoSec engineers and SOC analysts can have access to, if I may say, hacking platform, so they can play certain cybersecurity exercises and train themselves on advanced hacking techniques. So these are the 4 services that we provide in the cybersecurity family. So managed security services, incident response, cyber skills development, and deep site intelligence. Now, I think you already saw that slide in when a previous colleague discussed the SOC session. So any standard security framework need to have the capability of provide, prepare, prevent, detect, response, and recover. Most companies are on this stage. I don't think it's working. So on the prevent stage. Most of us, right, traditionally, we looked for security solution that prevent attacks, prevent malwares, prevent infections. While we all understand that an attack is inevitable, right? So it's a certain form of infection or cyber attack or a hacking kind of thing is gonna happen to your organization, right? So different scale, different size, but this is happening. Hence the need for detection and the preparation to respond to an attack in real time and be able to recover from it. So here's the thing, these are the challenges that any company today is facing. Now, how we can detect an intrusion and how we can respond and how we can analyze, make sure that what we are detecting is not a false positive. Because remember, the gap of cybersecurity skills in the market is as well in our organization. How many security engineers we have in our teams? Do they cover 24/7? Can they cover the entire technology or services that we have as an organization? So even if we have a security team, we all agree that most of the customers that I met in Saudi Arabia in the last 4 years, we understand that there is gap as well in their teams from a skills perspective and coverage perspective. Now, if we look on cybersecurity services working together, right? So we talked about the importance of managed security services. What is managed security services? Is a monitoring service. So Symantec or an MSSP would look at your security devices, we collect logs from your devices, and we correlate them. And we identify security incidents. Of course, we classify the incidents. Some of them are informational, some of them are critical, some of them are emergency. Now, the collection is ongoing. So all your security devices, not every server you have, not every application you have, only security devices. These are your defenses. So this is the monitoring term. So we monitor your security devices, fine, solutions. Of course, this is a monitoring cycle that happened 24/7. Our team in the 9 global SOC will be looking at your environment to see certain gaps or security breaches. Now, from a service of incident response, in case of an emergency, you can have either an on-prem incident response team that you built, and we can help you build an incident response plan and incident response, if I may say, program. And if you want to have more intelligence from a proactive perspective, we can give you access to adversary threat intelligence. Right? So this intelligence is important for you so you know what type of trends we are seeing in the cybersecurity space, what type of attackers we are seeing, what type of techniques. One of the examples that we released through the intelligence proactive service that we have is when Sham'oon, a second wave of attack happened in January, second phase. We released, nearly immediately a white paper containing all the threat information that we have on the attacker Greenbug was part of them, on the IOCs, right? And on the technique of infiltration, what type of spoofing email domain they are using, what type of spear phishing techniques they are using in the email. So this intelligence consolidated in one place can be delivered to you proactively. So you can have access to it through a portal by defining certain email alerts or web alerts, etc., etc. Now, of course, the simulation will give you access to your teams to play with cybersecurity war games. How the monitoring phase or monitoring space can be delivered. So technically, a customer was discussing with me, someone in the breaks that say, I have a plan to have a SIM. Why do I need MSS? Can MSS replace my SIM? And my short answer is, MSS is not a replacement for SIM. Both are needed in your organization, and MSS has a different business priorities and business issues that fix, and SIM as well. So from our perspective, security monitoring, we collect the security devices logs, security incidents or security logs only from security devices. These devices these logs will be shipped to a local server, let's say a physical or a virtual appliance called Local Collection Platform, LCP. We encrypt these logs, we compress them, and we send them to semantic data centers, SOC centers. And we correlate. We integrate with our global intelligence network to find certain security anomalies or security incidents happening on these devices. Now, where SIM comes in that play is that all your non-security solutions, non-critical servers, applications, audit solution, Active Directory, all that kind of application where you need to have a log management solution and maybe log collection platform internally, you can send these logs to the SIM. So SIM will handle, your local SIM will handle the non-security solution and application, and MSS will cover the security defense. Now, when we talk about MSS, we don't talk about a platform by itself. It's not like a SIM in the cloud. It's more complex than this. An example I was giving to a colleague of mine outside is that when you build a SIM locally, how many correlation rule can you have during a year, 2 years, or 3 years? 100 rule? 200 rule maximum, assuming you're consuming a lot of effort from a manpower and budget to manage that SIM. Whether in MSS, we have 200,000 correlation rule integrated with a global intelligence network. So imagine the telemetry that we have and the visibility that we have globally. So time to market and time to maturity is much, much faster for your organization to acquire security monitoring with MSS than build your SIM from scratch. Now, customers in Saudi that already are customers for us for MSS, our biggest reference, public reference, is STC for the last 5 years, is the biggest customer for MSS for us in the market. Now, and because it's a public reference, I'm happy to share that customers would like to have a local SOC, right? Build their own cyber defense center. We can help you build it in a hybrid mode. So MSS is one component of a SOC that covers the security monitoring. You can have an internal SOC team based on certain service catalog. Some of the services will be delivered by the cloud, the MSS service, and some of them are delivered via your internal SOC. So a hybrid mode is possible, and we already built it in Saudi, in STC, and other companies. Now, the second question that comes to our, during this kind of discussion is why a customer would agree on sending logs outside? And that's a question that every MSS potential customer asks us about. So, in light of the advanced attacks happening, and in light of the shortage of capability that we have in our organization, the first question that comes to my mind is, what option do you have? So we need to defend your network, right? Your organization. We don't want you to be out of business for 5 days. An example of the latest Shamon attack that I had the chance to work as an incident responder with our team in Riyadh. An organization of 2,000 employees, right? I will not mention the name nor the sector. They were out of business for 5 days with a loss of 5 million riyal a day. So we were arguing, Bashir, I will not send the logs outside. Fine. STC is already a managed customer, managed security MSS customer for 5 years. Most of the banks already have MSS contracts. I will not mention how many of them are with us, right? And other companies in the Eastern Province. What we are sending to Symantec or to an MSSP, to make it more generic, is metadata of security logs. So we're not sending confidential information or customer information or private information. We're sending the logs that are logged on the devices itself for us to provide you 24/7 monitoring. Now, once you build your internal capability, you can, shut down the MSS service and say, I have now an internal SIM platform, fully mature, fully configured. I have a local SOC team with 24/7 shift and I can deliver the service. I'm sorry I pushed the question. I want to leave that question for you to ask. But these are the two main things that any customer, any potential customer who's looking for an advanced monitoring service who would look into these two main challenges. Yes, of course, please. You mean, so the question is, how can we make sure that the logs that are shipped from your environment to us as an MSSP not really. Okay, so let me because you don't have a mic, just let me share the question and we can discuss the answer. So the first thing is how we can make sure that our logs that we are sending to MSSP, Symantec for example, all right, are not shared by an external party. So Symantec doesn't share this information or logs with an external party, another intelligence service, government, etc., etc.
Yes, they are because they are looking for that information.
Yeah.
And they will use it for attacking.
So so the question is in two things. So either Symantec is sharing or security vendor globally are sharing this in telemetry with another party, or they are being hacked and hackers are using our collected data to target you. So the second part of the question would be very highly unlikely, it's possible, but very highly unlikely that Symantec would be attacked, breached, and this data has been under hacker information. The second one, publicly we do not share, and we safeguard your data, and we do not share it under any circumstances with any third party. But I understand the question, understand the concern, but I don't want to spend a lot of time on just saying how Symantec is saving this information and safeguarding this information in the cloud in our SOC. And yes, publicly we say we are not sharing this information with any intelligence service. We have the certification that proves that. But let me go back on the security incident life cycle to see how you as an organization, in case you have this monitoring service, what type of delivery of how you interact with us, right? So when we collect, in the previous slide we said we collect all the information from your devices, we send them to our global intelligence, to our SOC, we correlate them against our global intelligence network, and then you have access to a security portal, to a customer portal, right? So you can see your customer, your environment portal. So you can see the incidents, you can see the logs that you are sending, you are see our interaction of our analyst, right? And you can interact with the analyst. Now, incidents is, I mean, once we collect the information, the platform there's a process of identification. We identify if there is a security incident, right? Then an analyst, as a human being, as an analyst, will validate this incident and see if this incident is a real incident or is maybe an informational or false positive. Once we validate, he classify it. So is this real an incident? Is it an informational? I will give you an example. Or is this an emergency? I need to reach out to the customer immediately. Now he can either classify it as an informational incident. So this is an example where someone launched an external scan against your network, but your firewall blocked this scan. So yeah, the attempt happened, but your network is safe because the firewall blocked it. So that's an informational incident for you. You don't have to take any measure. Make sense? The second type of classification, I'll give you a warning. For example, I'm seeing a suspicious traffic between two hosts that requires scrutiny by customer analyst, or we are unable to further assess as an analyst the situation. So I'll give you a warning. This is a valid attack for malicious activity, and you need to look into it because I don't have enough information in the incident. And why this is important, and I'll tackle it in the next slide on what type of information I need to collect from your environment to give you the maximum value as a security provider. A third type of classification might be critical. So there is a valid attack, a malicious attack happening. An example, I'm saying an outbreak of internal infection, Sham'oun kind of style. Like every hour I am seeing certain malicious infection on certain computers reported on endpoints. And this is propagating, so this is critical now. And of course, an emergency where I'm seeing a successful attack from an external host, for example, and part of your network is starting to be down. So these are the four types of classification for incidents where us as a security provider will raise it for you. Now, you interact with a server through a portal, and we can assign each incident to different team in your organization. So IT or security or based on shifts. So these classification can happen and be assigned. Tickets will be open. In case of emergency, and of course you can receive every incident by email to designated. You want me to go back? So, and you can receive the incidents by email. Now, when the incident is emergency, I'm seeing an active attack happening, okay? So we define an escalation matrix. You say, in case of an emergency incident, please send an email to, let's say, IT SOC. If IT SOC didn't respond within 10 minutes, right, do an escalation and call this guy. If he doesn't reach out immediately and he didn't pick up, call the other guy. So the interaction is important in here. So we don't monitor and stay silent. We monitor and notify you based on severity and based on an escalation matrix that we both define. So we say, during weekends, please call only this guy. And he will pick up the phone and he will log in remotely and work with our analyst remotely, right, to fix the problem. Remember, we are providing monitoring only. We don't provide management. So in case of something happening, I will not access as a SOC analyst your firewall and fix the rule for you. But we have a 10-minute SLA where within 10 minutes of emergency incident, I'm supposed to send you an email with the details and call immediately the first responder. Doesn't pick up, escalate. Doesn't pick up until reaching the maximum escalation. Please don't put your CEO as a last resort because we will call him at night. So, of course, once the incident is assigned and the analyst and your engineer inside pick up this case, we track it with him. Like opening a ticket, we track it. If it's an emergency, we require update from him every, let's say, 15 minutes or half an hour. So we can work together, right? And whatever he changed on his network, I will be able to validate it and see, okay, fine, I'm seeing this IP going up again. The firewall is working fine. We are blocking now the malicious traffic, blah, 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 blah. Remember, there's an interaction with analysts. Either you chat or you call on a hotline 24/7 until the case is closed. Now, a small remark in here. We went to a lot of customer, and one of customer, this customer had made me think twice about MSS. This customer was in Jeddah, right? There's a big environment in Jeddah. So every quarter, we go to this customer and do service review. So we sit with him and say, this is what we are seeing from your network, this is the amount of logs, this is the amount of tickets we are opening. We noticed that there is this guy, every time we assign a ticket for him, the ticket is closed within 10 minutes. So we looked at the pattern, and their team, once we open a ticket, an incident, right? They open the incident, maybe they do nothing, and then they close it. From my perspective, the ticket is closed, the customer fixed the problem, and then the ticket is open again, and the issue reoccurred again. And this customer, they had this security engineers where they didn't take these cases seriously, and they was opening cases and close them immediately. So there is a responsibility from the customer side to take these incidents seriously and track them. Because if I tell you that I can see malicious activity between two hosts, if you close the ticket and I continue seeing this activity, I'm gonna reopen it again. So interaction in here is not like it's a plug and play service. I put certain appliance in your network and you can go and sleep happy and say, I'm safe. Now, an incident, an example of, why MSS or this cybersecurity service of security monitoring is essential for you. Remember the cybersecurity gaps, right? In your organization. Like I have 3 SEs, SOC analysts that can handle my entire security thing, right? So we had a customer that we did, they are an MSS customer. During a 3-month period, we collected 19 billion security logs. The platform processed these logs and validated 11,000 incidents, nearly 11,000, right? Out of these 11,000, our SOC analyst validated 2,000 incidents in 3 months. Out of these 2,000 incidents, we escalated 600 something incident, which means approximately maybe 9 incidents a day or less. And this is the exercise that we do to customers where we say, yes, a SIM is important. You need to have your local SIM. You need to have a local capability. But your network is generating 19 billion log. How are you classifying and focusing on the important incidents so you can fix them if you don't have a service like this that classify and escalate only what matters to you? So your team can handle 9 incidents a day or 6 incidents a day, but they cannot handle 2,000 incidents per 3 months or 11,000 per 3 months. This is where, even for alerts generated from security devices, forget about SIM, forget about MSS. I remember when I used to be an IT guy, I couldn't track all the alerts that generated from a server. You cannot, as a human, on a shift 8x5, you cannot follow up all the alerts or security incidents happening. So hence the importance of MSS. MSS will be able to give you and escalate to you the security incidents where you can check and validate what is important so your team can focus on that. In a nutshell, we will provide you log retention and archiving for 92 days for logs online. If for compliance reason you need to maintain the logs for 1 year, this can happen as a part of the service. We provide 24/7 real-time monitoring, correlation, and analysis. We provide incident response assistance by phone with an SLA of 10 minutes. And we provide you reporting. And I will show you an example of the portal. So this is the portal where you interact with the service. This is as a customer, you will log into here and you will see these are the section of the service where you can see the dashboards, incidents, request certain things from the analyst, check the devices, check your assets, and generate report. This is the total number of critical incidents in your environment, 242, if you can see it. And then these are the section where you can classify, I want to see only emergency incidents, so you can track them immediately, and you can give, of course, access control. I mean, management can see certain things, security analysts can see different stuff, etc., etc. This is the chat section where you can chat with the analyst, and of course there's a phone number, a toll-free in Saudi, where you can call and chat with the analyst over the phone. This is the deep site global intelligence. I mean, this is where, this is your go-to portal for everything related to the managed service. Any questions so far? We're good? Okay. So now you might ask me, so what type of logs I need to send you so you can protect me and alert me of breaches? So usually the onboarding exercise started with understanding your network environment, right? What type of firewall you have, do you have an IPS, do you have an ATP solution, what type of web proxy you have. But for me, as a security analyst, as a security consultant, I need to focus on 4 major type of incidents that I need to send to MSS to give you the maximum value of the service. The first one is the IDS and IPS logs. So I need to monitor your IPSs, because these are the devices that will scan your external traffic and external nodes. The second one is the firewall. So I need to be able to see your firewall traffic and whatever firewall is logging from a security incident. Now, if you don't enable enough logging details on the firewall, I will not see the full details. An example, if you don't log denied traffic, I will not be able to see if someone is trying to attack you from outside and you're blocking this connection. So the type of logging that you're doing is important as well. Same for proxy. So I need to see your web traffic, where users are going, to see if they are going through certain malicious IP or certain malicious URL, and correlate that with endpoint logs. These logs together, correlated together, can contribute to a lot of security intelligence and intelligence in the incident itself. Now, imagine I'm only monitoring your IPS and firewall. I will not be able to understand if there is malicious traffic inside your network through endpoints that doesn't reach the firewall. Same thing if I'm only monitoring certain security devices, but I'm not monitoring your IPS, I will not be able to correlate that to whatever logs I'm saying. Remember, quality of logs is important, and onboarding all your security devices is important. The third challenge that I face with customers is that, yes, they have a firewall, yes, they have a proxy, but what you can see is that they have certain nodes on the network that goes to the internet without a proxy, bypassing the proxy. Or they have certain different firewall that are not part of the onboarded devices. I need to see everything, and I need to see a decent level of logging that will require from every device, so we can give you real incidents and intelligence within the incident. Most of the incidents are generated from the IDS, if you can see, around 32%. The second big bunch of logs happens on the firewall logs. The web proxy analysis is the number 3, and endpoint protection alert nearly 3 or 4. So I can check all these kind of devices, let's say web application firewall, host IPS, application and servers. Remember, security events from server, not audit events from servers or system events, right? Same for customer who requires us to monitor their routers and switches. We can do that. Remember, security logs. Now, this is what I had to discuss with you and present to you, the need of 24/7 monitoring, the way that we named it for this session only. And the service is mature. For the last 12 years, Symantec has been delivering this service, a Gartner leader for 12 years. So there's 3 other sections in the session. I prefer to, just to name them. Deep Site Intelligence is our intelligence portal where you can have access to adversary intelligence and technical intelligence. Right? I will not spend much time because I don't want to consume more time of the question part. But we can deliver this information either in PDF format or emails, and we can give you everything that Symantec see globally from an attacker perspective. And the information can happen, can come to your network as data feeds, so you can integrate our global intelligence network and analysis into your SIM. So the feeds can come into XML format or CSV format, integrated with SIM or any GRC solution or next generation firewall, you name it, right? We provide incident response service, so we can send boots on the ground if needed in case of an attack, and we can help you build your incident response program. That's something we deliver as well in Saudi Arabia and globally, of course. These are the different stages of incident response. The example that I want to tell you is that during the Shamoon attack, we brought, I was involved in one of the incidents with our IR team, and you have an SLA of, let's say, 24 hours to be on site as a regular IR program that we can help you with. And the last thing, if you want to discuss it later in a meeting, if you want, is our cybersecurity platform. This platform is an online platform. Your security team will be able to have access to it, so you can say, do certain war games or for education. Any passionate information security guru would love this platform as an engineer, so that he can be informed and exposed to an advanced platform where he can do certain cybersecurity exercises. Let's say these kind of 4 type of exercises: hacktivists, cyber criminals, scenarios. So, some of them require pen testing, forensics, or even social security, social engineering techniques. If you look at the slide in a nutshell, we're looking at a platform that will be able to monitor your logs, see your logs, correlate them, right? If you need response, you can reach out to incident response for them to assist you on certain major outbreak. If you need your team to be exposed to a platform for cybersecurity, that's available. And you can always have access to the Deep Site portal for proactive intelligence research and information. All these together contribute into an integrated cybersecurity services for you. Now, that's what I wanted to highlight in this session. I think we have some time for questions. I don't have business cards anymore, so if you need to reach out to me, I'm available online under this name, Bashir Jreish. I write it with a C, not an S. So it's confusing in English to read it, yes, but this is how I write my name. And these are my contact details in case you need to reach out for any assistance from Symantec perspective. I'm based in Saudi, so feel free to reach out anytime. And I'm happy to take questions if you have any. So either I answered all your questions even before you asked, or it was a very boring session. So we have a question in here. Both. So the question is, do we analyze logs as a platform alone, as a technology platform, or there is an analyst behind? It's both, right? So the first, if you remember the slide where 19 billion logs were processed by the platform, it's not a traditional SIM, but deliver the same, if I say, functionality. And once these logs were processed, an analyst will look into these incidents and validate and classify. Is this informational? Is this warning? Is this critical? Or is this emergency? Does this make sense? Yes, please, the microphone.
The events or the logs coming from the IDS, that will be configured by you or by the company? Because as you know, the detection system will log open the configuration of the system. So will that be covered as a service as well, or the company has to manage it?
Okay. Thank you for the question. Good one. So we do not manage or configure the device on your behalf, but when you onboard, the process for monitoring this, it's called onboarding, right? Once we decide that these devices need to be monitored, we give you a best practice document. So these are the things you need to do on this specific IPS. Let's say you have a McAfee IPS, right? This is the configuration you need to do to send logs to this LCP. This is the level of logging you need to do. If you have another IPS, I'll give you another document. So I have per vendor, per technology, a guide that help you, right, configure this IPS to send me logs. Now, if the level of logging is not up to the expectation of the MSS analyst, he will tell you, can you elevate the logging level on this IPS? This is something I witness in firewall. So as I mentioned, so you have a customer that is, we're monitoring his firewall, right? But this firewall wasn't logging denied traffic. So when an incident happened, we couldn't understand if there was an attempt or not because the firewall wasn't logging denied traffic. And that was understandable because when you log denied traffic on the firewall for a big organization, there's a big performance impact. So, I mean, we give you a recommendation, but based on your capabilities, either you can enable this logging or not. But we don't configure that on your behalf. We give you the recommendation and the guide. Make sense? Any question for me? Any difficult question for me? Yalla. Make it tough.
You said that it is only metadata that will be sent to your.
Yes.
What the metadata that
So
you collect?
let's take a firewall log, per example, right? So if I'm monitoring your firewall, when I monitor security logs, I will monitoring an example of the following scenario. So you have a, let's say, firewall rule, right? That deny traffic for all internal IPs, right? Any external IP trying to connect to these IPs and blocked by this rule are logged as a security incident, right? So what I see is the external IP and the destination internal IP, if we're part of the firewall. Another example is, let's say, on the IPS, right? So the IPS is blocking certain remote scan, port scan. So the event logged on the IPS, if you go into this security log and the audit trail and the IPS and say, and you check the event, you will see external IP, what are the port that he's trying to do scan, and what type of target. Is it doing on your entire range or specific server? So this range of IPs or internal IP will be part of the security log, right? And I will see that log. So it's not like I'm gonna send all the logs from the firewall. System logs or audit logs are not part of the logs that's shipped to Symantec. Let's say passwords or username, right? But the configuration change, let's say if you change a firewall policy, firewall rule, right? So you did the certain global NAT and you changed that. This is logged as a security incident, so I can see that. So, I mean, this is what I mean. And remember, the events are stored on the LCP, compressed, encrypted, and sent over HTTPS SSL session to Symantec SOC. So, I mean, tunnel is encrypted and the data is encrypted as a customer. Yes, please.
Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum salam.
Jamal Finban from Ma'adin. My question is, who will develop the use cases to monitor, the critical devices? Are you going to develop or to strict with the default one? This the first question. If I have another, or I have a use cases I needed to develop, so are you able to do that? Thank you.
Yeah, perfect question. Thank you. So the service is, I mean, as I said, a mature service for almost 12 years now. We have more than 200,000 use case correlation rule, right, on the platform. Now, today we cannot provide you a custom-made correlation rule, but this is on the roadmap because we are seeing a lot of customers are requesting this, and we can address this exactly. I mean, when this will be released for you, if you want, I can get back to you with this information from product management to see when we will release the option for you to request a customized rule or correlation rule. But as of today, we didn't see the need for that because, I mean, the services have been mature and, I mean, the number of rules are exceed any customer expectation. But we will be able to deliver this. It's on the roadmap. I've been seeing this discussion happening with product management, and I know it's happening. It's coming. No, I mean, customizing the use case, the correlation rule, no, this is not possible today. More questions? So this is what we wanted to discuss today in our workshop. We're available anytime you need. We're happy to meet with you and discuss with you this in more details. I would like to present my colleague, the sales manager for Eastern Province, Mr. Omar Abu Rob. He's my colleague and he's the representative for Semantic in the Eastern Province. So feel free to reach out to him if you need any assistance in our services or products. Thank you. Shukran. Yes, my laptop. Wa alaikum salam.